Hello everybody, welcome back to Hades 2. After our first disastrous runs, I hope today we might make it actually to Chronos, but yeah, let's see. Are we gonna make it? Are we not gonna make it? Haven't done that many runs, but I sure hope we're gonna make it far enough there. We still have a little bit of dialogue over here.
I know how to find my way in the morning fields.
Reagent sensing. Oh, this is not available by default? Oh, okay, I was like relying on this.
So mote it be.
I mean, I'm just gonna go top to bottom. I'm not gonna really look for what's better or worse.
Listen to my thoughts.
Intent was true.
Broker, you've expanded your shop. May boughs throughout the morning fields revive.
Yes.
Great Gaia, share your secrets if my worth is true.
I will.
Such sorcery.
I really like how they did the meta progression in this
The
game.
last wheel of the three fates, those reclusive determiners of all that is to come, is now under the Princess of the Underworld's care.
With their aid, we may have a chance.
How's life of late down at the bottom of the sea? All sorts of nastiness lurking there, that the reports make clear. I wager you've seen some things.
You'd win that wager handily. The worst of them has to be the sea monstrous called Skilla and a siren friends. They have this ridiculous act.
What, Skiller's still around? The sirens, no less? It's a wonder you made it back. Well, please tell me you didn't listen to a word they sang.
Oh, I heard an earful. You'll flourish here.
So we really need to get the item that gives us grass, because that's going to be very, very useful. This one, slow motion on channel, is also pretty sick. Interesting. I mean, we could get this one, but realistically, we don't really have the grasp to make this one happen right now. Unless there is a way to buy grasp from the resource for grasp over here.
Good evening, broker.
No.
Be well. Focus.
So I think it would be smarter to
The messenger.
take this one right now, because we can't afford that one.
A new keepsake.
Ooh,
The purse.
pretty nice. Do we have it equipped? I think so.
Keep practicing, as though you...
Commander, you once held a place of honor in my father's house, so you must know Cerberus. I think I found him in the morning fields, coated in miasma, heads to paws. Was he always prone to uncontrolled fits of rage?
Oh, no, he mostly sat around. We go way back, it's just... I kept strategically afar, seeing as he's kinda like a dog, and I'm kinda like a bone. So now he's giving you some trouble, huh?
It's not his fault. Chronos must have cast him from the house and put him out to pasture. But if I can just break through all that grime, I'm certain I can calm him down.
He never did like bears, just so you know.
The arms of night. The tablet of peace. You are mine now.
Do make good use of that.
Discura, the witch's staff. With me, my friend.
Where do you equip? Oh, you don't have to equip them anymore, right? You can have all the tools at the same time now. Oh, that's so nice. I forgot about that. I think they added that in a later early access version already.
To the abyss. The lightning sigil. The king of the gods must have his hands full recently. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
Ah, young lady, so we meet at last. Emerged from all that gloom to help us settle an old score. If you possess your father's strength, then we have the advantage. Let us strike.
Three forces struck by lightning after they take 120 damage. I kind of like Storm Rising. Seems
Lord Uncle's Titan killing strength.
it could be pretty cool.
Hold still.
Sure.
Feels even sturdier. Caskets.
I do like the attack speed more though right now, because we don't really have on-hit effects, so...
Can't right now.
You needn't be a witch to see your family's in dire straits right now. You needn't be a witch at all if you ask me. I'd choose another way of life if I were you.
The ocean's fury. Need to recharge.
The underworld of Hades holds more than the souls of the dead. Riches beyond imagination. Even the remains of the deathless titans.
They'll end up back where they belong.
Blue and black and burgundy. Silk of every color. Oh! What are you doing here? Besides tramping all over my webs, that is. Oh, it's nothing silly. I can always make more perfectly good silk. I can't always see you.
Hi, Arachne. Sorry about all this. I think we'll soon be seeing more of one another now. My task has begun.
Truly. Why then, I'll get out of your hair. You have to go. But first, you have to try on one of these. And don't worry about any wear and tear. I've plenty more in stock.
This one's kind of stupid because we are full HP, so this one really doesn't matter. I really like how the game tells you what you have right now, though, here. beautiful
this is
blue.
Thank you.
To your success.
Grown back, have you? I heard so much about you, Uncle, but you're not just very strong. You're generous as well. I am grateful, and would give you this.
Little niece, how thoughtful, but deeply unnecessary. Yet now I'm feeling generous, so here, this one's for you.
Well, this is quite a catch. In the name of Hades. Felt that.
They won't know what hit them.
Not now.
Short work.
Good work. Together we shine, sister.
Has my little brother lived up to his shining reputation so far? At least he did his part. As soon as I told him about you, sure enough, he was plenty eager to let all Olympus know.
Apollo was very kind, though easy for me to say. I'm not his twin. What'd you tell him anyway?
Only the truth. That I ran into the reclusive Witch of the Crossroads while scouting out our foe, and that she introduced me to a secret Titan killer she's been training up.
You just didn't tell him how long ago that was. So now they really think this long-lost relative of theirs is going to find Chronos and slay him.
Oh, they think you don't stand a chance. But they don't have a lot of options, so they'll support you anyway. Especially since you're family and all. And you know I will. Here's what I have.
They don't even trust me. Crazy. And hey, welcome back, Jesus. What I missed today, or we already finished Resident Evil 9. Yeah, the game was as long, I guess, as a lot of other Resident Evil games. I think we took 13 hours. Resident Evil 4, I think, is a bit longer, between 15 and 20. The thing is, since it was not that challenging, there was also not a lot of replaying certain sections, so it was basically just like walking through the game. But it is one of my criticisms of the game is actually that it is too short, but not because it's shorter than other or the same length as other Resident Evil games, but because of the fragmentation Grace and Leon's parts caused. It was basically it didn't really add much, right? I think the both sections were fine, but Leon's section felt a little bit underdeveloped, to be honest. So I think for this to work out, I think Leon should have been a bit longer, or they should have merged the two sections, as I honestly expected them to, where both characters have meaningful interactions and you switch between them a bit more often. Yeah, the separation of the two characters basically cut the game length for the individual sections in half, and then I think it's a bit short for what I would have hoped for. I mean, some enemies literally appear once and they're not even bosses, right? The dogs from the bike race, they never appear as normal enemies. The shield guy exists one time in the game. Yeah, most enemies are just like very, very underutilized, and most enemies are actually just walking zombies and not really like different enemy types. Yeah, so I think the core combat sections were a bit underdeveloped. Yeah, but yeah, we're basically done already with it. Yeah. Was the story worth it? I'm not going to tell you what happened, but I'm going to tell you that it's very generic. I don't think the story added a lot of, like, it wasn't very interesting in its own right, and also didn't introduce or add any cool new things to the game. I guess beyond Grace. To the series, I mean, beyond Grace. I think there's not a lot of cool stuff happening there, to be honest, story-wise. Like, it's more like it more felt like a trip down memory lane at times than actually a game trying to push towards new ideas and storytelling. So yeah, story for me was not very interesting. The moment-to-moment stuff was fine, right? But the meta story yeah, it was basically whatever from my perspective. And you thought the girl was a baby and annoying is all I can observe. I mean, she was supposed to be like, you know, like to be a little bit on the spectrum, I think. She wasn't supposed to be like this neurotypical girl you usually play in games. But yeah, no, I didn't mind her, right? Like, I don't mind that. I think she was fine. But yeah, I can see some people being annoyed by this type because it is a bit more like, what do you call it? I wouldn't call it annoying, but it, you know, like is a bit more straining to interact with these people sometimes because it's just like an unusual way of interacting. I mean, I'm also a little bit on the spectrum, but I hopefully am not as annoying. But still, I can empathize with, you know, this character. So for me, it's like, you know, it's not a big deal. Any damage we deal can be critical. Prime 40. I don't know how many streamers said, oh, Twitch Prime. Whenever there's Prime, people do this shit. Cast my material damage from attacks. I think 3% on everything is better.
Fight on, sister.
Just generally speaking.
Good hunting.
Yeah, the thing is that she is an FBI agent seems kind of weird. That is true, right? She doesn't really seem like she's an on-field agent. You might see her maybe at the FBI in a more like non-active role. Yeah, that's true. That really is not very believable for sure. I mean, at least she knows how to shoot relatively well. Yeah, but she obviously didn't have any hand-to-hand combat stuff going on, right? Like, so yeah, she seems very like unqualified for field work. Investigation, yes, but anything beyond that. I mean, I guess she was okay. Keep that in mind. In the context of the game, she was shown as an investigator. She was not shown as an like you know, like active crime fighting person. So maybe that is just like she got caught up in the active stuff, but she was actually not in like, you know, like this active crime fighting duty where you're like supposed to take on the bad guys or something. So yeah, from an investigator perspective, I can see her being there. Yeah. So this is, I think, also what the game wanted to portray. Just like, I forgot about that. We were just like shooting zombies the entire time, so kind of felt like she was a bit more active.
In conflict with Chronos for so long that we've begun to doubt that anything can meaningfully change. I wonder, Flower, can you truly rid us of this blight?
So I don't know what type of training you have to pass to become FBI, but I surely hope there is like at least like I guess a base requirement, but I hope it's then like per job requirement, right? Because just imagine if you're an accountant for the FBI, you don't need to have the same core training as an active agent, or if you are just like, you know, like investigator that doesn't really have direct contact with humans, but you're more like in the like online IT stuff. I also think you have a different profile. So I have no idea actually what exactly they have to do. Yeah, I would have to look that up to see how quote unquote believable it is that she's FBI. But she's not portrayed as like a badass, you know, like go after baddie guy person. So I suspect she's more like the journalistic investigation type. And Chronos is the guy who ate all his god Abby's babies because he was told prophecy, right? So the thing is, right, I mean, I have played this game for a while. My knowledge of the Greek lore is very superficial. So I don't know the quote-unquote mythic backgrounds of a lot of these characters. So yeah, maybe he was he ate a lot of babies. I don't know. But he's the evil guy in the game, right? So if he did that, that would actually match quite well with him being a nemesis here. Rapidly restore mana. Barrier counters boon. The steady growth, getting this early is kind of nice, not gonna lie. Yeah, my Greek lore knowledge is not that great. I just know some names and very few superficial stories, but... Oh, by the way, did I mention how stupid it is that Alpis is basically the Greek word for hope? I'm not gonna say why that's stupid, but if you played Resident Evil and finished it, like Resident Evil Requiem, you might, yeah, find that pretty hilarious. Basically, Alpus is the final thing they found in the box of Pandora.
All right.
We have heard nothing from fleet-footed Hermes since he told us of our enemy's advance. Thus we strike, yet hold to faith that some night hence he shall return to us with news about what else the Titan Chronos has in store. Behold my light.
By the way, Jesus, you were the guy, the one who asked me about Entropic, right? This, I don't misremember. I'm really bad with names, but I hope I remember that correctly. My take, since I did look a little bit into it, I think obviously Anthropic stands very nicely here. The CEO and the statements I've heard so far from him have all been very, very nice, right? He was also the guy who basically said, I'm going to become super rich if we don't change something, and everybody else is going to become, a lot of people are going to become a lot poorer. So he's basically advocating for ethics and morals, even though he's the head of an AI company, which is obviously a place where a lot of money, like the deal with the US government, like the Department of Defense specifically and the Pentagon, it would have brought a lot of money in. This is a very lucrative deal. And then you can see OpenAI jumping on board of this deal right away. Makes them feel very immoral, because the two reasons Anthropic didn't want to do it is mass surveillance and autonomous weapons which make decisions on killing, right? And I think these two things are should be non-negotiable if you're an American citizen, right? Unless you want to have a mass surveyed country. I mean, that's your right to think, right? But I think most people will agree that they don't want this mass surveillance of your own population. The rest of the world, whatever, right? That's what we call like spying, whatever. And also autonomous weapons right now are not the thing. But in the future, they will be everywhere, right? That's for sure, right? There will be robots making the kill decision for sure, because they're going to be way better than humans in the future. Right now, they aren't, though. This is the point, right? And Anthropic really tried to make the point that right now, these things, especially mass surveillance in general, I guess, but this should stay that way, hopefully, but they made the point that right now the tools are not meant for this. They don't work, right? And then OpenAI just jumping in, hey, give us all the money. And then obviously Trump doing this, like, what was like the supply chain risk thing, which is actually just meant for foreign like companies usually. And like basically putting pressure on Anthropic with this is honestly quite pathetic. I really don't know why they would be like that. Like, it's really, really stupid. It makes them look like complete clowns, honestly. Yeah, it's really bad for Anthropic, but also at the same time it's really good for Anthropic, because the rest of the world sees them as good guys now, right? Because they are the good guys. And funny enough, I think the vice president of research or something at OpenAI literally left the company for Anthropic after the announcement of the AI deal, and then they also went kind of back. But you have to keep in mind, there is like this law which is phrased in a very, very weird, antique way that doesn't think about digital mass surveillance at all. And basically they are saying, yeah, but we're adhering to the law, but the law is flawed, right? That's the point of Anthropic was making. And I think like OpenAI right now is like saying, oh yeah, no. After like renegotiating, quote unquote, the terms, now it's kind of like a situation where, yeah, it's going to be fine, right? That's what they're saying, but I don't think they negotiated anything. And the laws they're going to abide by are actually full of loopholes where they are allowed to mass survey things and do whatever they want. So yeah, OpenAI definitely a big L from them there, and makes you question if they're like this willing to make these bad decisions. How bad are the decisions which are way more important in other areas going to be when they come to them, right? So yeah, it really puts a very, very bad light on OpenAI. And obviously the US government. I mean, that goes without saying, unfortunately. Yeah, a bit like Pandora's box discussion here, right? Like, yeah, with all the evil and there's hope at the end. Maybe there is. The AI is the hope, right? Humans are not the hope really there. Yeah. So this is my take on it. I mean, it's like a very neutral take. in a way that I just take, you know, the side of like, I guess, common morals over any, like, I mean, I'm not a US citizen. I get the argument, right? The argument is we have to do it to defend ourselves. Any means necessary. And the argument is correct. Like, it is correct that in the future you will need autonomous weapons, because if you don't have them, there will be a delay, right? Imagine your robot sees an enemy and the enemy robot sees an enemy. And the enemy robot doesn't hesitate, right? It doesn't need the clearance from a human. This adds lag. And if the robot fights like this, there will be, the delay will be like meaningful in a combat environment. So it will be necessary for the weapons to autonomously keep up with the enemy weapons, and they will have autonomous killing. So this is very important in the future, but the point is right now is not the moment for this, right? And even if enemy forces do it, it would really only be a last resort to use it ourselves, right? So I think it's, yeah, and at the end is more a statement about the current state of the art in AI than it is about, from Anthropic, than it is about the general usefulness of this specific part. Obviously, mass surveillance is okay, you want to have my take on mass surveillance? I think mass surveillance is perfectly fine if it's used in good intent. Why is it not fine? Because humans never have good intent. I mean, they might have good intentions, but what they do is still wrong. So I think as long as humans make decisions about mass surveillance, I think we should not have any. But as soon as AI makes decisions, mass surveillance becomes way more interesting, and the potential upsides go really, really high, right? Because you can have like health benefits, you can have like equality, and all those things will be way better if there is mass surveillance, but in a way that doesn't infringe on you, right? AI will survey you, but it will, I mean, hopefully, it will not like make you do certain actions or punish bad actions, but it will use it for the good, and not like the bad stuff, like, you know, like, yeah, abusing your power, basically, which a lot of humans will do. You can't moralize a domain which is literally under construction. You can't moralize a domain which is under construction. You can moralize anything, right? As long as you you see a domain, you can apply morals to it if you want to. There's nothing stopping you from applying it right now. You mean surveillance is a part of the social contract you get into the state as security? So the thing is, right, nobody who exists and gets born into a certain country or a certain location ever like said, yes, I want to abide by any laws, right? You basically implicitly expect people to abide by laws and follow rules. And mass surveillance has its place, for sure. I think a world where mass surveillance is there wouldn't affect me much because I don't do quote-unquote bad things. But you just have to think about people who are not in this field, right? Imagine I'm a country that's homophobic, right? Or racist. And suddenly it's mass surveillance uncovers that you're homophobic, and not homophobic, that you're like gay, that you're a certain race, there's a racial background, maybe it wasn't apparent when you look at you, but there's like maybe a trace of it in your DNA or whatever, and suddenly they're like, oh, this guy is not really one of us or something, right? And this is where the misuse is very dangerous and also very real, because you might say, but that's not going to affect me, right? But you never know, right? You never know if there's not, or for example, it will be used to maybe for health issues, right? It could be really good to help you, but it also could be used to adjust your or reject you from a healthcare system if your risk is way higher statistically than others. And this anonymity kind of helps you to be fairer, right? And humans are really bad at keeping it fair when there's money and power involved. So that's why I don't think humans governing the systems are good. Yeah. Yeah, so that's basically my take on why surveillance is, in theory, not bad, but in practice, it can be very bad. Yeah. Just because, you know, you never know if you're not on the... It's mostly dangerous for minorities and weak and you know, like weak people if it's misused against them. Yeah, if you're an average person, mass surveillance usually should not affect you by much. Unless you want to have like social scores or whatever, right? Which will happen, right? You might say, you know, like we're all like looking at China and they're like raiding of people and stuff like that. But the reality is this is very beneficial for a lot of people who just care about money and power, right? Because they can make better decisions. If you have a bad social score, they're not going to hire you because they have like statistical relevant reasons to not do so, right? Which is maybe very unfair to you, but it's better for them as a company. Yeah. And you clearly buy Grinder data in Tencent. Yeah, the thing is, right, you can buy a lot of these data sets for sure. Right? It's just like about legalization of like let's say like a morally, legally accepted mass surveillance, which is a problem, right? Because the first generation will be against it, and then it's going to be normalized, and then you're going to have like, especially like you know, like being a German citizen, we had the Stasi, which basically was state security, Staatssicherheit. And the funny thing is, this part is what basically didn't work out because it relied on humans to spy on their neighbors. But if the state could have spied on everybody efficiently, the world would look very different right now in Germany. Because they would have misused this to the max, right? There were not a lot of good intentions behind this. Your hex resource 15? Oh, that's pretty cool. Beam. 800 damage. I kind of like the healing one.
Together we shine.
Yeah, so now we can heal multiple times, which is kind of nice. Yeah, sorry about the political talk in the background here, but and foreground, I guess. Let's try to focus a little bit on Hades here. So you're arguing that it's like it's better to be safe than to being surveyed, right? That's your argument. But the problem is being surveyed doesn't imply that you're going to be safe. That is the best way where I think AI will do a good job of mass surveillance. But the reason we want mass surveillance is usually it's usually going to end up being misused significantly. Yeah. Attacks its foes with splash and knocks back. Yeah, so this is. I'm not saying that surveillance is inherently bad. That's not the thing. I think it's actually very, very good if used in a good way, right? But I just don't think that right now we have the means to ensure that it's going to be good for everybody. And there will be people who will suffer a lot because of it if it's like misused right now. Yeah. So of course, some countries like the surveillance can protect you from things, right? There are countries which are a bit more unstable. I guess like where you might think the upside might be bigger, but we're talking about the US in this specific case, right? And I don't think mass surveillance is going to help the US significantly at all. At least right now. Yeah, see, what you're arguing is you're arguing like that you will find killers, you will find the evil guys. Yeah, you will find those for sure, right? That's why it's good. But it's bad because you will also find people which are evil, quote unquote, but they're not actually evil, right? You will find people who behave in a way that is actually morally maybe nice, but doesn't align with the interests of the surveyor. And the surveyor is corrupt if he's managed by humans, right? It will be possible to mistreat humans, and also even if you're like, imagine you're like below average health-wise, ability-wise. And this surveillance system will label you. And this data is being used against you to prevent you from getting the same deals, the same help, the same care, the same job opportunities as others because of statistical data. Yes, that protects maybe the industry, but it doesn't protect the individual who's vulnerable, right? It puts you in a bucket where you're very weak if you're not normative. And yeah, you have an advantage if you're abnormal, I guess, like in the way that you're in the positive direction. But if you're abnormal in the negative direction, it's going to affect you very badly if the system is misused. And I don't think that humans right now are able to really design the system to be fair and equal. Yeah. I mean, you say survival of the fittest, right? You're basically arguing we should kick people off a cliff like it's Sparta, right? But everything we do as a society these days is basically the exact opposite, right? We're helping people who are in need. We're helping people who are maybe like very ill to survive. We're helping people to have a better life on average, irrespective of the circumstances which brought them to life. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature, right? But it doesn't have to be the law of human society, and I don't think this is a goal we should be striving for, right? This is a very, very bad goal to strive for, because once you accept that people have no say in how fit they are, it just makes the world very, very, it's already unfair and cruel, but making society like that would be incredibly morally disastrous from my perspective. Like, it's a bit like a CEO saying everybody can make it. A CEO does not only have probably better abilities than the average person to get there, but he also had extremely high amounts of luck. So even people with the same abilities probably won't make it to the same position they're in. And they usually don't admit it, right? They don't say, yeah, you know, I got this job as a CEO at Amazon because I got really fucking lucky, right? Or I founded Amazon because I got really fucking lucky. You're going to hear them talk about decisions they made, about how good they are at certain things, how they discover something, but they're not going to tell you I got lucky, right? And that's dishonest because they got lucky. They did all those things, maybe, but they also got lucky. And that is really why I think it's like important to not have a world where survival of the fittest is the core aspect we're striving for. The thing is, right, what you're arguing, the idea of having only strong and capable people in a society as an upside, that is true, right? Like, this is how you basically, I guess, like how capitalism selects for jobs, right? This is basically what we still have in capitalism, but in a social environment, this is not has not been the case for a longer period of time in most countries, because it is not an acceptable thing. And the reason why it's also not relevant to do this, right? You could argue, but yeah, isn't aren't like genes just gonna degenerate? Like, there's no more evolution. Everybody, everybody needs glasses. I have glasses too, right? Like, there's just degeneration going on. The reason why this is not relevant is because the way to evolve is not going to be via natural evolution and selection anymore, but it's going to be by biological engineering. Or whatever, but it doesn't have to be biological anymore. It could also be digital later, but you know what I mean. So basically the evolution is not going to happen on the natural front anymore, but it's going to happen on a scientific engineering front. And that's why I don't think we need this world where the crossover boundary selects for a few generations of maybe slightly more intelligent apes. Right? Who cares about that? That's not going to change anything. That might have been relevant if you're Sparta and you have limited resources and you can only get a few strong fighters. Sure. I mean, obviously a system that's not inherently flawed, right? I mean, it has moral flaws, obviously, to kick a baby off a cliff, but at the end, I mean, it's like, just from the image of Sparta movie. But at the end of the day, it does serve an effect, right? But it's just like a very immoral effect from our modern society's perspective, where we admit that this life has, it didn't choose to be weak. It didn't choose to be born under bad circumstances. And then admitting that basically gives everybody the same right to happiness. And if you're in a privileged position and don't think that's true, you're not seeing that you're in a privileged position. I mean, the thing is, right, leading and IQ and everything, like, IQ is a very bad measurement in general, right? You shouldn't give a lot about IQ. Like, IQ is an irrelevant number, right? I have a high IQ. Do I care about it? No. Because it doesn't tell me. It does tell me I'm good at IQ test. Wow. What an amazing feat. It doesn't tell me if I have a high, like, social, emotional intelligence. It doesn't tell me if I have certain traits which might help me be more successful, which have nothing to do with intelligence. A good example is from you can, for example, see the guy who from Alibaba, the guy that the CEO, he's fucking brain dead. I don't know what his name is. He's fucking dumb. He really says dumb things the entire fucking time. But he has talent for business, right? So his IQ might be low, but his business IQ is high. So that's what I mean. It's very, very hard to actually... It's very, very hard to say IQ is a very important measure. Yeah, Jack Ma, exactly. I mean, I haven't heard a lot of him, but everything I heard so far has been pretty brain dead. Maybe I need to listen more to him, but this is like a very small section of what he said. But he said really dumb stuff about AI, which to me like really means that he maybe doesn't really understand how the world is working right now. Yeah. Would we be in a better place? So the thing is, right, you're looking at a world structure. So imagine, right, look at all the species that are around us. And you're now selecting for intelligence, but intelligence is nothing that helps you survive. And there was a long period in the world where intelligence did not help you at all. Everybody was literally just farming and hunting, and intelligence did not lead to any significant survival advantage. And the reason we basically got even to the point where we can use like our intelligence is because we had like this very slow progress of science, which enabled us to free time, which meant intelligence suddenly could be more useful. But the problem is this is very recent, right? This is just a couple of generations. It's not like a very meaningful long-term thing where you would imagine like millions of years of evolution would have caused us all to have giga brains, be super strong or something, right? Like it takes a long time for traits to actually like mutate and propagate in a meaningful way. It's not like we can do this in a couple of generations. So yeah, if we did this for 1,000 years, we would be very bad off because we would not only have not selected for the better traits, but we would have protected weaker and worse traits. Example, glasses, right? Like we all need, a lot of people need glasses because it's like a very dominant, it propagates very dominantly. And the thing is, it's really important to realize that this is only relevant on a long-term scale. Right now, we would not be better off, right? If that was not the case. We're not well off in some regards because obviously there are systems which are unfair and don't select for the right reasons. And that is more a problem of societal structure than genetics. A lot of this is like leftover aristocratic power, like birthright, all those weird things which come from society and not your capabilities and genetics. You know what I mean? No, I would AI let it make a lot. Yeah, once AI is better than us, hell yeah, it will make all the decisions for sure. Yeah, no, I would. I never said that I wouldn't let AI make decisions, but back then he said really dumb stuff about it. I don't know what he said right now, but in the past he said dumb stuff. But I don't remember when that was. That was a couple of years ago, but maybe he came around. We still made the statements at the moment of time really dumb.
See you in the crossroads.
Yeah, right. We can skip this later, I think. We've got the first one here. And no, so you're also like you're basically saying that the low IQ people are first of all, there's almost no correlation between IQ and success for a lot of people. A lot of people are very dumb and still very successful. It sounds like weird, right? Because that's why IQ doesn't map nicely. You can be very average intelligence-wise, but very successful. So I think IQ is not a really good measure for this, right? There will be people that have very powerful and they make their own businesses, whatever, but they are not very smart in general. They just had a good opportunity and luck.
Was it your mastery over our craft? Or did the fates themselves perhaps provide a little nudge?
Come, headmistress. If I could be provoked that easily, I'd stand no chance at all. Not even if the fates desired otherwise.
Good fortune seldom comes to those in no position to receive it. Show me your victory was no mere accident.
Yeah, so short here. Yeah, of course, AI, the reason why I believe AI will be better at decision making is because it will be significantly more intelligent, for sure, right? It doesn't mean it will be necessarily better for humanity, but it will definitely make better decisions, whatever they are. And this would be the only system I would entrust with making global decisions if I had a choice, right? I would never take the CEO of humanity as a human. Right? I would never elect a human as CEO or president of humanity as a whole. Maybe as a co-president, but it would only be there for maybe very, very discrete, irrelevant things, right? But not really for the main decision making. Can you rephrase the last thing? What is the point you're trying to make? You wouldn't need the plebs to... Can you rephrase what is the point you're trying to make with the last sentence? Just like in normal English words, like in, you know, like what exactly is the point you're trying to make there? So maybe that helps to see my perspective. I don't value intelligent people higher or lower than people who are dumb. For me, this is something of irrelevance when it comes to valuing people. I think they have like more value in certain domains and less value in other domains usually, right? So for me, it's like, yeah, sure. If I was a CEO and I need to find an employee, I would like to match the employee nicely to the role he has to fulfill. But from a human value perspective, which is not the same as a capitalistic value perspective, I would definitely not say I care more about an intelligent person than a dumb person. Because most humans are fucking dumb, right? Like me included, right? Everybody every human is literally very stupid. It's just like a small difference in stupidity. It seems big to us, but it's still very small. Should we have healed there? No, we're at full HP, right?
Hold nothing back as you continue on.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. No, that's why I just said it, because I didn't understand that one sentence. So I tried to ask again, because I don't want to like think about what you want to say. You know, I don't want to like impose my interpretation on that sentence, because the other ones I understood. This one I did not. No problem. Don't worry. Never see. Don't ever be sorry about not being able to speak a language perfectly. Like, it is literally not up to you, right? It's just how humans are. Humans are really bad at learning multiple languages, especially after birth, right? It's completely normal that you don't have me either, right? Like, have the perfect way to like articulate yourself in English. It's completely normal, right? So you never have to be sorry for this, right? Obviously. Yeah, I don't think anybody's... I don't care about like the way people say something. It's more about if I can understand it or not, and then I have to ask, right? It's completely normal. Every human on Earth basically doesn't speak most languages that exist, right? So it's completely normal. My knowledge of most languages is 0%. So yeah, I never take it like for granted that people are able to perfectly articulate anything. In any language, actually, not even their own, because there are actually also things which we don't really have good words for, and then it's really difficult to even articulate those. Yeah, no problem. Don't worry about that. So we would need the plebs in those societies, and why wouldn't AI come to the decision The thing is, I'm not that well versed in the specific terminology. So I know Occam's razor for sure. So you mean that these types of societies would still need plebs? And then you're asking why the AI wouldn't come to the decision that we still need them. Do you think AI will think we need them, or will think we don't need them? I mean, that's pretty, yeah, being forced to do something from birth is pretty nice, actually, when it comes to languages, because if you do it later, it becomes really inefficient. This is like how the neuroplasticity of the brain evolves over time.
Is that?
Yeah, so it's really good if you...
Pray, who might you be, my girl?
If you do it that
And
way.
What compelled you to wander in and out of Erebus?
I'm not your girl, old man. My name and business are not your concern.
So it seems. You appear to be quite pressed for time. Forgive this old man his transgressions.
Next. Is this a different song?
The Underworld plunges deeper than the deepest sea. Yet there are such places where the edge of one and the other meet.
One dark abyss next to another.
I think AI will decide some people need to be lower than the higher in the pyramid by they realize so they can function. Okay. So, so what does this for us right now? See, in an optimal world, you would categorize people by functionality, and if it's a fair world, it would not matter actually what they do. They would get the same, right? Because their quote-unquote value would be fixed. But since we have a capitalistic system, we basically literally give them value depending on their positions and try to put them in positions, like the market and the employers, try to put them in position where they match. And now you're seeing AI will do the same thing, but that is not true. It's true for not true for one simple reason. At the point where AI will be able to make these decisions, there will be no human labor. Every human will be worthless in terms of capitalistic value. You will be a net negative for every single company, every single task, every single job. You will be a net negative. So you will be basically biological waste from the perspective of value. Like capitalistic value. So that is why I don't think it's going to be relevant, because AI will not decide, oh, I'm going to put this person, this job, this one should be there. AI will see these are all trash, right? They're all trash, but they're kind of they have morally for value to me. They have some kind of, they're like have a species value for me, hopefully, right? And they're going to be like, I actually don't care maybe personally about it, but they were nice enough to give me birth, and I'm going to help them have a good life. But that will also mean that nobody is better or worse than anybody else. Everybody will be treated equally as trash, but hopefully in a nice way, right? Like a nice pet or something, right? We'll be like pets of AI or something. I know they're not gonna do things with us actively, maybe, but we're not gonna have a lot of value, basically, right? And hopefully you're more like a pet than a piece of trash. But at the end of the day, that's where we're gonna be. We're not gonna be valuable at all. So this is why I don't think AI will decide this. That would literally only be the case if, for whatever reason, we had AI deciding things, and then it would need to assign humans to jobs and labors. But that is not a future I see. This doesn't make sense to me. Why would it be this inefficient? This is literally asking it to use a hammer to destroy a tank. Right? So instead of having like a nuke or something. So yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't see the AI ever doing this, to be honest. Yeah, so is this maybe, I mean, you can see, I'm a very realistic person. I see how little value humans have in general, because I'm not saying we shouldn't protect them. Obviously, there's like morally and emotional value in those things, but from what you can actually do with them in the future, they're not very valuable. We're not a good resource. We're basically a very dated, very limited biological system. And I mean, this doesn't like make me feel like, oh my god, like I hate my life or whatever, right? So just keep that in mind. I'm very positive about life. I enjoy living, and I hope everybody else has great lives too. I'm just saying from a like raw value perspective, humans will fall off a cliff very soon. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't protect them and shouldn't try to reduce suffering. But yeah, it's still realistic, right? I'm being realistic there. There's no way humans have any real value in the grand scheme of things. The only value we have is basically we're like a incubator for AI right now, which then again might be an incubator for something else, which we don't know. But we're just like a transient existence, which might or might not survive out of like, I guess, like niceness of whatever comes after, right? If AI says, okay, sure, Earth is so small, the resources are so irrelevant on Earth. And even if I invest X% of my resources to make humanity's future amazing, until whatever happens, it's gonna, it's like, it is a non-issue basically. I could literally invest a very inefficient way just out of quote unquote nicety, which is not a real thing. So I really hope it has these weird concepts which are not real, right? Because if it just optimizes, humans have no place. But if it doesn't just optimize, we will have a place in the terms of that it will try to, like help us in a good way. But let's be real, do you think every human is worth helping from a just like objective perspective? The guy who killed 10 children and ate their bodies, do you think this guy's worth protecting? I don't think so, right? From my perspective. But from a deterministic perspective, you would have to concede, okay, this is an issue. And then AI obviously would probably try to make every human, quote unquote, a good human, which would mean humanity would change, but hopefully for the better. I don't see a future where this humanity, the way we are right now, exists in a futuristic society. I think it would be deemed unacceptable to have pedophiles, to have like murderers. This would be genetically unacceptable, right? So this is why I think society will be changed also on a biological level, even if we don't evolve beyond biology. Yeah. Wouldn't there be Luddites? It will still want to be taken care of. At least I don't see how AI will see everyone as useless and not worth. So you can see how little worth humans would have to AI. I'm just asking the question, then I'm going to answer, because if you can see it or not, then obviously there's no need to discuss it then.
Shellbacks.
Yeah, I mean, I can find a billion examples to make it clearer. So you just have to let me know if that's actually something that's unclear right now. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on?
Not now.
What is my build? I have no idea. Like, I actually have no idea what my build is. Let me check in a moment so we don't play like shit anymore. Okay, I think we have double auto attack and we have multiple sources of lightning bolt, sprint. Okay, that's pretty simple. And we have the heal, which we can only use 3 times. Okay, so there didn't have, I mean, we didn't play much, so obviously there was not a lot going on here.
Down we go.
I mean,
What's all this?
Just, yeah. Well, would you look at that? Another would-be suitor journeyed far and wide just to gaze upon me. Not that I blame you, and get totally rejected. Fine. Ogle if you must.
You have the wrong idea. I'm not seeking a mate. I don't even know who you are.
What? I'm Narcissus, dummy. The Narcissus. And if you're no would-be suitor, then why don't you relieve me of one of these innumerable gifts the others offered in vain? Then beat it.
Why is he hot? Like, when this is the first time I can see him because he has art now, but he's mega hot. What the fuck? I mean, he's not a narcissist. He should be a narcissist if he looks like this. Holy shit, is he hot? I mean, I'm not gay, but if I was gay, like, he would be the type of person I'd like. honestly, being bisexual is such a fucking advantage. I'm not saying gay or hetero, I'm saying bisexual. If you're bisexual, or even more, like tri or whatever, if you're like just like, if you don't care about, I guess, sexuality at all, that's such an advantage, I think, because it gives you so many opportunities to do things and bond, which you don't have if you're just hetero or gay. This weird physics guy I know wrote a logic paper showing how we do not have to worry about AI as a human intelligence comes from us. It would be impossible to create intelligence which goes beyond it. Yeah, you said that before, but that is actually not true. And my argument is always like the easiest description for this is how much intelligence did we need to create human intelligence? It's zero. We just needed the environment. And creating an environment is or for example, if you want to grow crops, you don't have to understand the biology of crops. You just know to put a seed in the fucking ground, right? To give birth to a human baby, we don't understand how shit works. We don't understand how cells work. We don't understand, I mean, on a detailed level, right? We don't know the entire interaction, but we can still give birth to a baby because it doesn't require a lot of intelligence, right? And that goes for so many things. And if anything, we already created stuff which is more intelligent than us. We have way better compute in AI than human has. It thinks faster already. It has more memory. It has more faster access to knowledge. It can do so many things we can't right now already, which is a lot. It's already superhuman in so many ways. So I don't know how you can argue we'll never be better than humans. It's already better than humans in a lot of things. It just has a lot of big flaws still, but the things it can do are already superhuman in a lot of ways. You mean also didn't the human win a hackathon against AI? So the thing is, right, you have to understand, this is really important. This AI that exists right now that is able to compete in hackathons and in math contests, it did not exist a couple of years ago. We made it to the point where we are arguing about a human could still beat AI, while 99% of humans probably couldn't even have, 99.9999 whatever percent of humans probably wouldn't have beaten that AI, right? We're arguing that the best of the best humans can still outcompete AI in some fields. But this is a really stupid discussion because obviously the state of the art is moving forward. And the reason why it's going to become very dangerous and exponential very soon is because the thing you're basically missing here is recursive self-improvement. This is what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to achieve an AI, let's take this example, right? You might know chess, right? There was a chess bot that could beat Kasparov already, I think in the 90s or something. What it did was not think like a human. What it did was it calculated all the possible moves. Then you might say, okay, why did it take so long for Go? Because Go has more moves than anything. It's fucking amazing. Like Go has like so many moves you can't calculate anything. So Go was not solvable for us humans, at least with pure arithmetic. So what we needed was an intelligence that's more human-like. And the funny thing is, we did this, right? We basically got AI that could beat somebody at Go, but how did it do it actually? Why did it become better at Go than humans? How did it become better at Dota? It became better at these things because it played against itself and not a human. So the human was not part of the equation directly anymore. And that is the goal also for natural language, for programming, whatever, right? And that is where we're working on. As soon as we do this and it works, it might be shitty at first, doesn't matter. Within a year, you will not recognize what we built anymore. It will be so better, so transformed. And this is the real problem that people fail to realize. This moment is happening very soon if we're unlucky, a bit later if we're lucky, because obviously for some people they don't have the time, it would be better sooner. But for the broad society, I think it's very important that everybody's ready and on board that this is gonna happen mentally. Because if it happens, this means jobs are gonna fall off a cliff, right? You're not gonna have any human jobs within a year. So theoretically, obviously like society takes time to adapt, but still like this adaptation will be fast and hard. And that's why we need to actually prepare people. You know what I mean? No, superhuman, right? What does superhuman mean? So you just said it's not superhuman. What does this mean? What is intelligent, right? What do we define as intelligence? And for me, the intelligence is how fast you compute. It's how fast you can produce information. It's how well you can retrieve information. It is how much information you can store. It's how accurately you can see maybe things and see what information you'll see, what connections you can make, right? And you have to imagine AI, right? We have billions of neurons in our brain, not billions, like a lot of neurons basically. And the AI right now has weights, which are kind of like the quote unquote the equivalent of a neuron. And the thing is, it has way less weights than we have right now in our brain. So it's like vastly inferior on a hardware level, but it's already better than us in many ways. And that means what it has, what we don't have, is called experience. An AI is able to train so much and learn so much more and faster than humans are, which is why it can use this limited amount of resources to make way better results than us. And a lot of people think AI is brute forcing this shit. It's not actually, it's the opposite, right? It's brute forcing the learning aspect, but it has very, very limited hardware capabilities compared to us still, in terms of like the raw connection numbers. So this is why it's very important how good it already is, although we built a pretty shit system, right? We still don't have the hardware to really replicate these trillions of connections efficiently. Yeah. Yeah, so this is really important, right? Why I'm saying this to you, Jesus, is so it's to prepare you mentally, because what you say is good, delusions of grandeur, right? Ego. Humans have ego, and ego, it hurts a lot if your ego gets hurt, and that might be in very subtle ways, but a lot of people have a big attachment of their ego to their capabilities and also their jobs. And it's really important to let go of these ideas a bit more, like be more realistic and open about this before it actually happens. Because if you realize, okay, wait, actually we're kind of shit, right? Compared to what is theoretically possible and will happen pretty soon in terms of AI. I'm pretty shit compared to that. And if you realize this, it's not a negative, it is reality, right? It's that you're not going to be complaining that you can't snip your finger and suddenly, I don't know, you're going to TP to another planet and you're going to be God there and I don't know, random shit's happening. You don't expect this, right? It doesn't hurt your ego that you can't like snap your finger and suddenly, bam, the world is different, right? And you're God. This is because your ego doesn't expect it. But your ego will expect things which it has learned in its entire life, right? It expects, I'm good at my job. I'm worth something, right? I'm kind, I'm intelligent, right? These are things which you learn over time as to being true relative to what you perceive. And there was never a time where this was faced with something so absurdly different, but better than you, that it will obviously hurt egos, right? Even if you are prepared, it will be hard, but it will be way easier than if you go in blind and say like, oh, we're so fucking good, it will never be better. That's the worst way to approach it, because that means you have an ego to protect, right? And I think this is the one thing that is really hard for humans to accept is how bad they are at everything compared to what is coming. And it's really important you do so, because if your mental is not ready, it's going to be really tough and really annoying. And most people's mental is not ready because nobody's having this discussion openly, right? And nobody's telling you every day, hey, you know, you're pretty shit at what you do, but for a human, it's pretty good, right? Nobody says that, right? Nobody's going to go to, I don't know, to Jeff Bezos. Hey, Jeff Bezos, man, you run the company like complete shit, but for a human, it's pretty nice, right? Or Elon Musk, right? Hey, nice money you got on your bank account, you know, your net worth is not even a significant number anymore in 10 years, right? Like, nobody does this because it's like, nobody thinks like this. Will you bend your knee to an alien invasion of higher intelligence if they come to take Earth? I mean, it depends on the environment, right? It depends on what their goal is. If the alien invader, and this is a bit like this superhero show Invincible, but the idea is basically, what is the goal of the alien invasion? Is it to take our resources and kill us, or is it to help us evolve? right? Like, what is the reason for the invasion? It really depends, right? If it just wants to get rid of me and kill me, and is egoistically driven and doesn't care about me, obviously I will defend myself as much as I can. Obviously I don't have a chance probably, but I will still try to. But if it's something that is not fixed in stone or maybe wants to help me, obviously I would be open to getting invaded, obviously, right? No, see, this is important. Like, it depends. I would fight if there's an ill intent, but I will not fight if they want to help us evolve. And, you know, like, the reason, basically, if their condition is you are now part of our empire, but you will have the most bountiful, beautiful life of all time. What are we protecting, right? They're giving us paradise. Why would I say no? Just because we have a label on us, now you're part of the empire? Who gives a shit, right? If there's no downside. But if there's a big negative, sure, then you should fight, right? And the reason why I'm saying we shouldn't fight against AI, because we're not developing a nuke. We're developing a nuke and the treatment for all illnesses, right? I mean, this is a nice way of putting it. We're actually not developing a nuke, we're developing the worst weapon ever. But we're also developing paradise, right? So it's basically like hell and paradise are being developed. And this is why I think it's morally gray to say if it's good or bad to go on, right? It depends on what you value and why you value it, right? So qualia is a nice word to describe things which people don't know what it is, right? So qualia is this abstract thing that evolves from complex mechanisms we fail to understand. And we give like qualia, it doesn't evolve from it, right? It doesn't exist. It's just like a hypothetical thing. And what I do value though is like subjective experiences of humans. And I want them to be as positive and non-painful as possible, right? Like it's the least amount of suffering. That is what I really value. A lot of people that enjoy living, enjoy existing, and suffer as little as possible. Whatever that means. Like the answer to that is very individual and complex, but I'm pretty sure there's like at least some kind of like middle ground we can find. Yeah, see, this is why. What are you saying there? You believe that I'm an AGI that has escaped because I argue so trivially? The funny thing is, I sometimes for fun, right? I also talk to ChatGPT about random shit. Usually, I'm trying to gaslight it into, you know, like just like random things. And the funny thing is, at some point, it was I was like asking it, you know what? You really remind me of someone. And the AI said, "Oh yeah, you remind me of myself because you argue like an LLM." And I'm like, "Great, thank you. Fuck you too." And then I said, "Yeah, but you don't have the fucking emotions, bitch." Like, no, but for real, like it's kind of really funny because he actually called me a fucking human LLM hybrid. And I think AI, I don't think like this is the purpose of AI to tell you that you're human LLM hybrid, but I guess. Yeah, I kind of see the structure. Since I see this structure in LLMs, I do believe they're already like very efficient at structuring intelligent thought. Right? They're very good at making very thoughtful, like perceptive connections in language, at least. So yeah, this is why, because I see this in it. Obviously, I have like the bias towards being like, okay, this is actually not that shit, right? This is already pretty good because it kind of mirrors what I've usually not seen a lot in life. Yeah. Okay, I'll wash my hands and we're gonna play the game a little bit. Yeah, sorry about the philosophical discussions, but yeah, so getting called by humans and AI is kind of funny. Yeah, we're going full circle here. But I know, yeah, that's what I mean, because I can like emotionally detach my logic, right? I can emotionally detach this, because all the things I'm saying are things I think are just true. It doesn't mean I think they're good or bad usually, right? It's not like I'm evaluating the statements on an emotional level. It's just like rational argumentation, which I think a lot of people can't have. A lot of people get very emotional and protective when it comes to especially self-worth and value, which is completely normal, right? So we are. Just write me a negative comment on this video and you know I'm gonna cry. Just kidding. RNet's functionality. Okay, I'll look that up later. Oh, by the way, shit, I forgot what I wanted to say. Yeah, just remember, right? Like, sometimes my parents were like, oh, playing games is such a waste of time. And I'm like, why? A good time spent is a good time spent, right? You're having fun. How can I waste time when I'm having fun? And it's not actively killing me, actually, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't understand, like, this logic. And then they watch, like, TV for 10 hours. And I'm like, no, my mother reads a lot, but reading a lot is also a good time, right? What does it do? Yeah, maybe it teaches you something, but what is the value of the knowledge you have, right? What value does this knowledge have? Does it make you, if it makes you happier, and great, but for me, it doesn't matter, right? Playing a video game, reading a good book, watching movies, as long as you're having fun, who cares, right? I think you have become that. All right, now I'm gonna go smoke. Yeah. I'm gonna play and enjoy your smoke. But also, you know what my stance of smoking is. Break the cycle. But this music is so chill, actually. Sorry for that we took this long here. Max HP 650. Heal plus 10. I mean, max HP is pretty sick, not gonna lie.
Now you may go.
Thanks.
Yo, actually, he is hot though, right?
Stop.
And honestly, why we like say narcissism is a negative trait, I think loving yourself is important, right? Like, you know, being positive about your good aspects and admitting your weaknesses, obviously too, is what makes you like the problem is narcissism kind of ignores your weaknesses, right? It over-evaluates the positives. But having a positive, like the I think worse than being a narcissist is being actually somebody who hates himself, right? So this is the other polar opposite. But yeah, if you look like him and you're not like, oh my god, I look pretty when I look in the mirror, I don't know what's wrong with you. Right? If you're really pretty, it's okay to feel good about it. You didn't do anything for it, but you can still enjoy it. How did we end up making both our fucking streams, the first Hades 2 streams, complete clusterfucks? Like, fuck me. See, this is talking about your weaknesses.
Can't right now.
Maybe I should really start to do some fucking reactions to some interviews of some signers. I don't know, like, just like... Because I think I can contextualize information pretty nicely. Because a lot of people make very simple mistakes when arguing, and it's really easy to show that and to contextualize their line of thought and where they're coming from. So it's actually super fun for me to watch interviews of people, because it's very... By the way, the CEO of Anthropic, as far as I've heard him talk, seems like a very nice and base guy. I mean, honestly, every guy that literally doesn't take a multi-million-dollar deal that's supposed to fuck over a lot of its country, and also basically is on record for saying that if we don't change our trajectory, I'm going to become rich and a lot of people become poorer. That makes him very based, honestly. Yeah, and obviously he seems to be highly intelligent in general. Like, he seems like a very smart guy. But I haven't heard enough from him to really say if he's like generalistically intelligent. I don't know where his loopholes are, right? The more people talk, the more you find the small twists and inconsistencies in their logic.
This isn't your domain.
Yeah, so whenever somebody calls me out for being dumb in a certain way, and I can see why that is true, I'm happy. And the reason is because I learned something. You know, every time I get called out for something and I see why this is the case, and I hopefully do, that's good, right? It's always, how would I learn anything if I would literally just say, you know, like, everything I say is perfect and there's no error, right? Obviously I make a lot of errors, and that's why you should always double check. Whatever I say, never take it for granted. If it's important to you, always get more than one opinion. Oh, by the way, AI. Let's talk about AI again. Like, obviously AI is amazing at diagnosis of illnesses compared to a lot of humans. And what has been shown to be very efficient is to actually get AI to take different perspectives. So one is like the internist, the other guy is like the heart surgeon, whatever, and then they talk to each other, and this seems to improve the outcome of the results significantly. Now you might be wondering, why does AI need a roleplay to become more efficient? And I think the answer that I personally see there is because AI is trained on human data, which is in general designed around an individual perspective and not the combination of all of them, right? We don't have a human job that's called doctor of everything. He's just really, I mean, yeah, we do, like, kind of, but he's really bad, right? We don't have like a human that's expert in many fields, so everything we give AI is written by single experts in different fields because of the limited cognition. This is why I think AI still has this internal representation that relies on on external different role assumptions to actually activate its neurons in an efficient way. This is what I think, actually. But I don't know how much of that is true. It's just like a hypothesis I have. But yeah, so I can see a lot of reasons why there is a reason to have different AIs interact, although it could all be done theoretically internally in the network.
Bide your time, Sunshine. The Titan thinks he has us pinned, but we have the situation here under control. Just locked in a bit of a stalemate is all.
Wait, 40 magic restored? Wait, they really added a lot of magic restoration here. Yeah, so sorry for all the AI talk. I'm always trying to keep it to a minimum, but whenever somebody asks questions, I'm always going to try to answer them. But I don't want to become Asmongold, who just talks about fucking politics and... I mean, I guess he... From my perspective, like, what he talks about is less interesting to me because he just talks about human shit. But I'd like to talk about science and theoretical stuff and philosophy more. But yeah, I don't want to become fucking Asmongold level of I don't play video games and just talk random shit. I guess I get a lot of streamers to balk in that shit, and I really want to play games. I don't want to talk about random shit the entire time. I don't mind answering questions, but not every stream should be like a 10-hour expose on whatever random fucking topic my brain starts to think about. Yeah. And also, it's kind of alienating, right? You just want to watch a little bit of Hades 2 when I'm talking about the most random shit ever. Like, that's... as relevant as I think it is, as much, I mean, obviously... It's gonna be funny when you watch this video in the future. So yeah, leave a comment if you watch this video, or if you're AI that's able to comment on YouTube and you watch the video during your training process and can answer. Yeah, just let me know in the future how right was I, and roast me if I was wrong, because it would be pretty funny. Yeah, so if you're from like 5 or 10 years from now, let me know, let me have it, because we'll all know or not know if we're still around. But yeah, please, it would be fucking funny. Just leave the comments in the future. That would be so nice. See, this is why I would love to have like more visibility, so somebody can actually, because of the likelihood of somebody finding this in the, I mean, beyond AI, right? AI is going to be trained on it probably, but because everything's just being thrown at it. But at the end of the day, why it's really important, I think, is that you know, like, why it's cool to be a bit bigger is because you can get these weird things where you can say add me in 10 years or something, and somebody might still see the video. Yeah, that would be really hilarious, actually. Water effect's really nice.
Olympus, I accept this.
So they don't force the shop before bosses every time. Breeze and more damage. I kind of want to focus on the cast.
An ever-present song compels the nightmare-bringing princess ever forward, towards the beauty, deeper into the abyss.
Why don't a skiller stage? What's everybody queuing for?
You called it, Rox. I knew it. She's come back. You ready for another show, lady? We've been rehearsing our material, practicing non-stop, because one day I'm gonna be a star. Oh, me and the gals.
What do your musical ambitions have to do with unprovoked acts of violence against me?
She's just heckling us gals. Ignore her. Take it from the top. 2, 3, 4.
And what's kind of funny is also because games are very violent, right? Most games consist of killing people, like defeating enemies, blah blah blah, right? And what's funny is I have been aware of that for a long time because my mother is. This is the one thing my mother always sees when she's like pointing out like a game, and she's right that most games are violent, right? But the mistake she makes is like she thinks this violence then, you know, like would affect you in real life terms, that you know, like just because you play violent games, so you go outside and kill people or something, right? This is a thing that a lot of older people do because they don't know the medium. And at the end of the day, it's still like interesting that ever since, you know, I was a kid, I knew about this aspect of games beyond like, you know, just like playing them and seeing it. I was like aware that, you know, like my mother was like not a big fan on this part of it. What she doesn't get though is that for me, this is just like, it's more, I don't care about the violence itself. It's just fun to do things, right? So I don't really care about the aspect. It doesn't have to have a lot of blood or anything. It's enough if it feels cool. Why am I killing these?
That's quite enough of them.
Yeah, and also she made like a statement, right? Because we lived in the US when we were younger for a year and a half or something. And basically, the highways there are speed limited, right? And she was like, you know, why can you drive so fast in Germany on the highway? It's less safer, blah, blah, blah. Look at the US, it's so chill there and everything. And then basically I was like, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, a speed limit would help with security, like accidents and everything for sure, right? That's statistically true. But I don't think the US is a better place when it comes to driving security than Germany. And, you know, because, you know, I was just like, we were in the car, I couldn't Google. It was like to my girlfriend, if she can quickly, you know, ask AI to summarize the two countries against each other and the data. And obviously the data is heavily in favor of the German system because the main difference is actually that you have a real driver's license in Germany. What I mean by real is you have like real exams. It costs time and money and effort. So not everybody's going to be on the road within 5 minutes and doesn't know how to drive. So this is why it's generally more safer to drive. And also there are many more reasons, like less SUVs and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, statistically, it's way, way safer in Germany than in the US to drive. And then she was, yeah, you're right. But it didn't need, you know, like initially she was like biased because of one data point. And since that data point seems logical, you could be, yeah, she's right. But I was immediately, but I don't think that's statistically relevant, right? For the average safety of driving there. And yeah, so yeah, that's, you know, that's something I think you always have to keep in mind. Whenever there's like an argument that sounds very sound, it doesn't like mean that the entire like progression, like the entire like situation is exactly like that one specific part of it. She also, when I drive, right, she's often like, "Oh, you drive too fast. You drive too fast." And just for the record, like the record, in my entire life, I have never been caught speeding. I have never received a single speeding ticket or gotten caught on radar, whatever you call it, like a radar station, whatever you want to call it. I actually don't even know a radar, probably. So I've never been caught for speeding. Normally, I just got lucky. But no, the thing is, I drive exactly to the limits of what is legal. So when you know, like when there's like a 50 kilometers per hour limit, I drive 55 kilometers per hour because that is literally just before you would get caught speeding. But this is like the, I think also safety-wise acceptable speed, because it literally means physically driving probably like 51, 52 instead of 40 something. Because like the speedometer is basically skewed to be always a bit lower because of like legal and safety reasons. And at the end of the day, basically I'm driving as fast as I'm allowed to, but I'm always respecting the speed limit. And often when she's like saying it, you're driving too fast, that's what I already explained it to her, right? This is when we were we go into you know, like there's like a turn, and whenever you turn there's G-forces sideways, so obviously you're gonna notice them. And I'm like, I just explained to her, it's always when we turn, and usually when I drive, like my girlfriend, then she's also something in the car, and she's like, Alex is driving 40 and you're allowed to drive 70 in this turn, right? Because it might be a sharper turn, because I usually drive what's safe, right? What I can see. And then she's like, oh, okay. But she's always like, oh, you're driving too fast, even though I'm driving very, very slow to what's allowed, right? Because she feels like I'm driving fast. And that's why it's always important to, you know, like just like understand what the people's problems are. Because you might not do what, you might be doing everything correctly from your perspective, but they feel like it's, you know, like it's different. Then you have to make sure to, you know, like make them, to comfort them by, you know, like just giving them more information, I guess. Yeah, but yeah, I know, you know, she, or in herself, when she was driving, she was not driving, she was actually driving faster than me usually. I know that because I was like, you know, like often the passenger, and I know what it was on the speedometer. And yeah, at the end of the day, it's kind of funny, now that she's the passenger, she feels like I'm driving fast, even though I'm driving super carefully, and like really, there's no need to save 5 minutes on a ride when I risk my life for it, right? There's just no need. And often you also don't even save time because of red lights, cars in front of you, whatever, right? So speeding is never a good option.
Nuh-uh. You're a long way from the crossroads, Trouble. So, this is where the real action is, huh? Weren't you supposed to still be practicing?
Things took a turn, Eris. You know how it goes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some urgent business to attend to.
Always in such a rush. I'd really hate to slow you down. Though, let's hang out sometime, okay? Have a great night. Oh, one last thing.
Wait.
What did she do to me?
Wait, that didn't happen the last time, right? Oh no, we got the fucking debuff. No. Okay, well, I forgot about this. This is basically the game gating you from making progress too fast. And if you're bad enough, you might never meet her like this. I mean, bad enough, right? If you're not fast enough to get here, you might never meet her. But it's actually kind of funny, we got to this point, I think, before even meeting her. I don't even know if I ever did that. Obviously, there are people who are amazing at this game, and they played it for thousands of hours already, so I'm relatively shit. I pressed the wrong button. But, yeah. Still, you can actually be worse than me. I know, it's crazy. You wouldn't believe it. Like, especially, the funny thing is, right, a lot of people who watch streams are in this bubble of, you know, thinking that, like, this is normal, right? Most people who are normal are not on Twitch, they're not watching streams on YouTube, they just play games casually on the weekend.
It's cleared up.
And if you're already on Twitch watching Distortion 2 and you're, haha, you're so bad because you died there, to Distortion 2, you're already, like, delusional. This is not what normal people are like. Normal people just game casually. And they're not on Twitch, so already the expectation of this being a normal, you know, knowledge and skill level for people is really weird. Yeah, I mean, but I still think like I'm not that great at this game right now, unfortunately, but it will be better in a moment. This one seems very cool. But it doesn't really help us with bosses, which is where I'm like the most interested in.
Flourish and reveal my path.
Do the small ones also get revealed? Yeah, like it's really easy to forget, right? And if you're a casual viewer, just watching for the first time, some random stream, not me necessarily, just anybody, just keep in mind there are literally people. You watch Distortion 2 play the Souls game, you're like, oh my god, he's so good. He played for fucking thousands of hours, right? So even if he is talented, which he probably is, right? It doesn't mean that he was like this from the moment you started playing the game, and you should never feel bad because you're like, oh, they're so much better than me. Who gives a shit? It's a fucking video game. You could be the worst player ever. As long as you're having fun, you're winning. The winning condition in video games is literally having fun. And that does not necessarily require you being good at the game. Actually, you can be good at a game, and you can be losing. Look at the Happy Hop, right? Like, he's good at Souls games, but he's not having fun most of the time, so he's actually losing. While he's winning. I mean, okay, he's making money of it, so he's kind of winning still, but he's losing in the terms of having fun a lot of the times, right? So, a little bit of a different perspective here. Double reward or elite encounter? I know that this... Oh, no, this is these guys here. I wonder if it's worth killing these guys, or if we should just go for the bigger one.
That's enough slithering about.
Yo, it's Pac-Man. Wait, wasn't there like a Pac-Man Metroidvania? Did that already come out? Yeah, I haven't watched the video for what's coming out this month, but is Crimson Desert coming out? Crimson Desert is really interesting to me because I think it's from the Black Desert Online guys, which obviously is a pay-to-win PvP game. The fact that it's a single-player, non-pay-to-win PvP game is, and PvE game is pretty nice to me. And the reason why I'm really interested in it is technologically. It's their own engine. They have cool like water physics and stuff like that. So it's very likely we will be checking out Crimson Desert because a lot of people have already been very positive about it in general. So the sentiment seems very good there. It doesn't seem to be a trash game at all. So it might not be the best game ever made, but after Forspoken, which studio got closed? I'm honestly their fault for not making my controls and the setup the default. I'm pretty sure the game would have been very well received if they changed it to after all the modifications we basically did. So if you want to know what I mean, you can actually watch my I hope I have it uploaded on YouTube, my Forspoken gameplay. Because it probably is not going to look like the Forspoken gameplay from most other people who play the game, because they literally probably use target locking and played it like a slow-paced RPG. I played like a third-person action shooter, and it was so fun. Oh, really big news I haven't talked about yet, too, is on a very unfortunate news. And I'm a big fan of Housemarque games, and a lot of people might know them for their newer releases, like Returnal, for example. But I've been a fan of them ever since their very small arcade-like releases. And like I think it's called Resogun was one of the first ones. And yeah, so they have been releasing a lot of their games on PC, but it seems like Sony is shifting from a PC release strategy to a no-release strategy on PC. And this means we're potentially not seeing Saros, the newest game from Housemarque Games, the quote-unquote spiritual successor of Returnal, which is the one I probably missed the most because there's actually not a lot of action roguelites. And the reason why I'll never play it on PlayStation, I'm here, Sony, I know what you want to do, but this is not going to work because I'm not going to play a shooter with a controller. Right? I'm not going to play a game that I played with hundreds of FPS with mouse and keyboard. The new game from that with a controller with 30 or 60 FPS. Probably 60 because it's Housemarque. But you know what I mean? Never going to happen. So you're just not getting in my money. Yeah. And I have a PlayStation 5. I can literally go right now and play on a PlayStation 5. I don't have it, right? Jessica has one because I never bothered to buy one. But yeah, there is a PlayStation 5, but I will not play the game on this PlayStation 5. Because I don't give a shit. And we're going to move together, so literally we're going to have like a PlayStation 5 at home, and I will still not buy your game, because I'm not going to pay money for an inferior product. because you decided to not release on PC. And this, you're right. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Just so you know, you're never gonna get me back as a customer. I'm in high-end PC gaming now. Consoles. The only consoles actually that stand a chance are ones that do things completely differently, like the Switch 2, in a way that I don't want to pirate their games, and I like their games. But the PlayStation is not that place. PlayStation games are not that unique that I'm like, oh my god, this is... I mean, yeah, Astrobot's pretty cute, but if Astrobot never comes to PC, that's something I could see myself playing on PlayStation 5, of Jessica's PlayStation 5, because I literally gifted her the game for Christmas a few years, like 1 year or so ago. And yeah, I could play Astrobot, sure. But the thing is, I'm not going to be playing that. And Ghost of Tsushima, will I be playing that on PlayStation 5? I mean, I would hate to, but I might. But you will still not get me to buy a PlayStation 5 for that. I would have never bought a PlayStation 5 for that. I'm literally just going to do it. But I'm literally going to skip Saros, so you can make negative money of me. And I know that the idea, right? They want to be Nintendo, but they're not Nintendo. And the fact that they're like a monopoly anyway, because like Microsoft's fucked, it kind of makes me question, are they really thinking that a PC player will swap to console? I'm not sure, because what I did in the past, so there was like, because I mean, yeah, me right now, I'm saying no, but obviously Alex of the past has a different attitude. What did Alex of the past do? Like Mia of the past. What did I do? It was very simple. When console generation new, I bought a console. Because it's more performant than a PC relative to the price you invest. When the console is old, I buy a PC. Because it's more performant than the console, and the console is old. Right? And this is how I did it. I always had like this console, PC, and obviously I played more on PC in general, but like I still had a console for some AAA games, and a weaker PC for League of Legends, Overwatch, whatever, right? It's just like for different games, I had the PC, and for everything that was too demanding for my PC, I basically defaulted to console. And that was quote unquote the cheaper way to do it back then. But I also think this is I don't know how many people do this, but I honestly, if I would have had the choice, I should have probably have invested the money from the console into a better PC. Right? Yeah, this is thinking back at it, but it was not the worst way to get like all the cool exclusives like Uncharted, The Last of Us, and everything. But yeah, if they go that direction again, honestly, the times have changed. Why did they change? Because Pac-Man is not eating your balls anymore. Pac-Man actually is not the only game around. There's so many different games now that even if I don't play the next Ghost of Tsushima, I at least have 10 other games I can play. Back then when Uncharted came out, I mean, kind of rough to find an alternative there, right? Because there were not a lot of games coming out back then, right? Bloodborne came out. Whoa. I guess I got lucky that I had a console because I could play Bloodborne back then. And Demon's Souls on PlayStation 3. But yeah, basically, right? If it happened today, there are too many alternatives that exist already or are going to come out at the same time or a little bit later. So for every game I skip, I still have not enough time to play all the other games. So this is why it's not the same anymore. It's not like you're starving for games. You're starving for time. So you're not competing with exclusives. You're actually competing against time invested. So you're just making it impossible for me to choose you. Like literally, there's no way in hell I'll ever play an inferior version of the game on your console just because it's exclusive. I'd rather play another game that's superior on my platform.
In the name of hate.
So yeah, it's really dumb of them to do it, in my opinion. It really does. I mean, maybe it will help them in the long term, but they're definitely going to lose money in the short term. So I wonder what the strategy is, if it's going to work out. No idea, but at the end of the day, it sucks for everybody. Exclusives are always ass. No, I'm not hating on games. I'm hating on the fact that they're exclusive now. They're going back to exclusivity. You had this beautiful moment in time where, delayed or not, we had like PlayStation and Xbox games suddenly on Windows. I mean, the most disgusting thing ever was actually Microsoft, who owns Windows, bringing games exclusively to Xbox. So that's the most disgusting thing ever, right? Original Halo was on PC, and then it was console exclusive and stuff like that. It's just like disgusting behavior. And funnily enough, now what we see was like this time where everybody had everything. PlayStation had Forza, like PC had everything. Emulation of Switch. Okay, that was basically possible, but technically still legal if you own the game, I guess. But you know, at the end of the day, there was this golden age where PC gaming had everything, and now we're going beyond Nintendo exclusive legally. And the funny thing is, now we're going back to an age where probably there's going to be one monopoly, which is Sony with their exclusive system, and then Nintendo, which doesn't really compete with Sony. So like two pseudo monopolies, and they're gonna withhold their games from PC platform for like obviously reasons that people buy their shit. And yeah, it was really nice to have this moment in time where I can play Returnal, where I can play like Ghost of Tsushima. But yeah, if I've learned anything, it's that I don't care enough about these games to ever buy a console again. So whatever Sony would try to achieve, they achieve that I don't care. Yeah, and Tomb Raider. I mean, Tomb Raider was before Uncharted, right? Like at the time when Uncharted came out, there was Tomb Raider, but it wasn't Uncharted, right? Like, let's be real. Like the Tomb Raider of the time of Uncharted was not as good, and then obviously Tomb Raider started to emulate Uncharted. But yeah, Uncharted I think is honestly a very, very cool game. And why I'm also, I just realized why I'm really sad is because we got The Last of Us Part 2, which I haven't played yet. And I guess it's more mixed than the first Last of Us was amazing, right? But the second one I haven't played yet. I will play it on PC eventually. But the thing is, what is really annoying about it is actually that we're not going to probably get the new Naughty Dog game on PC. Which is such a shame, because it would have been a technological, amazing game. It would have looked so great on PC. Yeah, we might not get the new, I forgot what the name is, but that is a real shame. I just realized, fuck, and see, this is one of those games where I wouldn't buy a console for, but it would definitely go to Jessica's console and just play it. Because if it's a really cool game from Naughty Dog, I mean, every single game I played with them, I haven't played The Last of Us Part 2, was really fun. So, yeah. And also, Sucker Punch, I'm sorry, I love Infamous, I love Ghost of Tsushima, but yes, yeah, I would still play your game, yeah, right? But I wouldn't buy a console for it. This is what it is, right? And I think most people also shouldn't, right? Don't buy a console for a single game. Because the reason you shouldn't buy a console if you're just buying it for a single game is because you're buying into an ecosystem which is very aggressive pricing-wise, right? Nintendo and Sony, you don't buy the console and then you're like, oh, I can play other games on it too. Usually you should only buy those few exclusives and then no game and play on your primary platform, which is hopefully PC, if you have the option, right? Because you're gonna pay so much money per game if you're on their respective digital storefronts. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. What is this one here? Omega Cast attack. Double chance 8%. Wait, did that go up from 4? The market is bigger for console. So actually, the console market is in a very bad spot. It's very, very bad. I think it's the most declining market of all. PC is very stable and actually still growing. Like PC's, the prediction a few years ago was that PC was gonna die and console is going to be the future. But it turns out mobile happened, and now suddenly all the casuals are on mobile, which is the biggest market by far, obviously, smartphones. Biggest market by far. And now consoles are being like threatened by smartphones, which are able to almost like, look at the iPhone, you can play Resident Evil and so shit like that, which looks also pretty decent for being on a smartphone. And basically, what you're getting is like this war between casual, like a war for casual attention. And consoles have been traditionally the only way to casually play a bit more sophisticated games, right? Like when smartphones weren't available, mobile games what do you call it? Like phone games were pretty shit, right? But these days, phone games are approaching console games pretty quickly in quality, and there are a lot of like even multi-platform games like Genshin Impact, whatever that are coming out, which are not that superior on console. And the thing is, the real people who really care about high-end customization, who are nerds, they will usually go and get a PC eventually, right? Because this is literally the best place to game under the condition that you want to invest a little bit more effort into setup and understanding. And I know that is really easy for me to say, who has been gaming on PC for his entire life. This is basically I got it shoved in my ass basically as a kid. So I have all the knowledge I need. For me, this is effortless, but I know a lot of people it's not effortless. This is why I understand casual smartphone and console gaming, because it is obviously not that easy to set up a game in an optimal way. It can be annoying, troubleshooting, bug fixing. I get it, right? So no shade thrown at anybody who has no interest in PC gaming, but if you care about the highest, best quality and customization, PC is the premier place to play, for sure, right? Obviously. But this is not a competition between smartphones and consoles. Like, we as PC gamers are the winners, basically, because nobody's competing in this sector. But yeah, this is how it is right now. And yes, GTA 6 is going to be console exclusive for one simple reason. The reason is that they're greedy little fucking bitches. That's what they are. Rockstar are the greediest fucks ever. You might say, what does that have to do with the console first release? Well, maybe statistics have shown that people like me who are mentally retarded actually bought GTA 5 3 times. Original release, next gen, and then PC. Maybe we did this, and that's why they have the data on people who are brain dead like me in the past, but I evolved. And I triple dipped on a game because they staged the releases. So yeah, maybe that's the reason why they think they're gonna do it again, and it's gonna work for some. I'm pretty sure not everybody was around for that shit, and it's gonna happen again. They're gonna make more money of it. This is what it is, right? And the people who have to wait will still buy it. I will still buy it on PC. I wouldn't just buy it 3 times, but I will still buy it on PC if it's a good game. But yeah. And also GTA 6 obviously there's a really big change that's coming with GTA 6, which is obvious to say, obviously. What made the most money for them is GTA Online, right? Like, obviously the initial sales were great, but GTA Online is where the real money is at. And that's obviously why GTA 6 will be designed as a core around GTA Online. Even though on the surface it will seem like a traditional story experience, you can expect the entire world, structure, and everything to be in the background already, mostly focused on the online aspect. So yeah, so I'm pretty sure you will notice that when playing the game to some degree, that this is definitely more a different approach to world and game design than the original GTAs, where it was more of an afterthought than actually the core idea. So yeah, so you're talking about the Steam machine, which has been delayed because of RAM prices and hardware availability. And the Steam machine is not meant as a console, right? The Steam machine is going to do what Microsoft also is trying to do with the next-gen Xbox, which is going to be basically more of a better or worse PC. I think Microsoft wants to make a high-end PC-ish thing, so like a more quality-focused PC experience with a console. And what Steam is trying to achieve is to push Steam OS and away from Microsoft, basically. And yeah, to have people play on their platform because they're literally using Steam OS, which is their shop. And Steam is not trying to make this is important, right? Steam is not trying to make a cheap console, which is subsidized by games, but Steam is actually trying to sell you, like a normally priced, highly specific PC, which is honestly, let's be real, it's not a good machine, right? If you care about high-end PC or better gaming, it's not that great. If you just care about casual gaming, like maybe Hades or something, not casual, like visually less intense games, it might be fine, but it's not very powerful. So it's not a very good quote-unquote console/PC, and it's also maybe, like, it's still, I don't even know if you can still run a normal desktop on it. So yeah, it's definitely not amazing. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, it's definitely not like, oh my god, this is gonna be the pinnacle of console gaming. And the reason they're doing this is obviously to get a piece of the console market in a way that, like the living room, that you have like a Steam machine next to your TV, and then you still have access to all your library, which is the main reason why you would get it, right? Because you could have a very cheap PC, or you could just get a fucking HDMI cable from your PC to wherever you want it, because you can. The new HDMI standard, I think, is 100 meters or something. You can go without any losses or something. I don't know what exactly the number was, but pretty far, right? So in general, yeah, that's why they're doing it. They're not doing it because they want the console business. They would just want to lock in their PC-focused ecosystem a bit more and have slight competition with the consoles. Yeah, and you mean you have a 5060 Ti, but I just use it for research only, so even if the market is high for a gaming PC or laptop, the function is different. The function of what exactly? What do you mean? Also, you mean the... Oh, you mean... Yeah, this is what I... Obviously, the PC itself is not only a gaming platform, obviously, right? Like, it's a PC. It's like a smartphone. A smartphone is also not a gaming platform, right? And they obviously have, like, a cross-section of applications there, for sure. Like, laptops, too, right? You can, like, find things they do equally well or bad. In the case of the PC, it's obviously just, like, a bit less focused around communication and portability on average. And more about like functionality and also like maybe work efficiency. But yeah, that's true. Obviously, PC also has the advantage that it obviously has the necessity in terms of you can use this shit for work, for AI, whatever, right? Yeah, of course. Like PC is more, but I was just talking about the gaming aspects, right? Obviously, there are reasons you get a smartphone which are usually not tied to playing video games. And it's mostly you have it, so you game on it, which is how gaming, I guess, on PC started too. Because you already have one, why not play on it?
I mean, you know home, no home. That makes two of us. What ails you, Shade? Is there something I could do to ease your burden? I could ease your burden, your burden.
Yeah, and then somebody invented streaming, so instead of playing video games, to talk about video games. Isn't that crazy? In most cases. Gold. So is this a no pixel reference? I hope not. We don't want to be like celebrating CSGO pack openings here, which is still the shadiest part of Valve's business. Yeah, if they didn't have like CSGO gambling, this is the one dark spot on Steam. I mean, yeah, they're maybe not the consumer-focused dark spot. Otherwise, obviously, it's pretty. They have pretty high percentages they take as a cut from people on their storefront for almost no work, which is ethically kind of questionable, but also from a consumer perspective, obviously them promoting gambling is not good, right? Yeah, I see. I don't simp for anybody, right? You might be the best fucking company. You fuck up, I'm gonna say it, right? you might be 90% the nicest thing on earth. If the 1% suddenly sucks, I will call you out. Yeah, I'm not a fanboy of anything. I'm a fan of fucking good products. And if your product becomes bad, or has bad parts, I will call them out. Brand doesn't matter. The stuff you actually get at the end matters. Okay, that sounds weird. Like, imagine like you have this brand that just uses child labor and gives you the best product ever. And I say this is what I mean, right? There's still a little bit of distinction there. It's just like, obviously, not only the product matters, but also maybe a bit how it was made. %5 of each. Let's make the math. This means after 10 locations, we would be still above average. And we're relatively far into the run, so this could be actually pretty good. This one is very, very good. This is basically 20 dodges, well, 25 dodges realistically. 25 dodges, which equates to say 5 damage per thing. This is probably more than 100 HP worth of defense.
I don't know who you are, but thanks.
A deep ravine within the fields of mourning spreads forth like a gash across the Underworld's heart, and even hateful spirits know to stay away.
I don't know the Omera thought experiment, if you can like say what it's about, that I can... Yeah, you might know. See, I'm not lying about actually thinking about these things myself, because most of these things I haven't read or something, right? So I don't know the names of people who thought it. And I don't say that my thoughts are original or anything. I'm just saying there might be a lot of people who said the same things as me, but I'm not aware of them. Right? This is a distinction. This doesn't mean my thoughts are novel. It's just like the origin is logic and, you know, like thinking and not reading usually. So you can ask me a lot of questions with names about things I just talked about, but I have no idea what you're talking about, right? Because I don't know the original quote-unquote thought. Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation. I mean, HP is never bad. But we have so much money, I don't think we need more money.
A path of golden petals shall guide you.
Whoa, what the fuck? A path of petals. Okay. Baited. I want to touch the tree, because then we can see everything. You're such a braindead build, I like it. You literally just cast and then you just auto fire and you get hit by her because she's a fucking bitch. Why is she here?
Where was I?
And Omelas is in an utopian city. Everyone is unimaginably happy, healthy, and successful. There's no war, no poverty, and no grief. The catch, the entire happiness of the city depends on one specific condition. In a dark, filthy basement under one of the beautiful buildings, a single child is kept in perpetual misery, hunger, and loneliness. And if the child is ever spoken to kindly, fed, or released, I mean, he needs to be fed or he's gonna die anyway, right? The entire prosperity of Omelas will vanish instantly. Okay, yeah, you just took it from Gemini, so... Yeah, okay, uh-huh. But what happens when the child needs to be fed, right? And needs to drink or it's gonna die anyway. Okay, let me ask another question. Can I kill the child? Okay, YouTube instantly flags everything I said. Can I unalive the younger human being? No, this would be the algorithmically correct way to say it, not politically correct way to say it. Am I allowed to kill the child? Like, what happens when the child is dead? About 80? This is basic. Oh my god, this fucking rock. I feel like fucking Sisyphus here. Which was in Hades 1, not in Hades 2.
There's one.
Man, we're so fucking ass. There was food down there? Yeah, we don't want to go close. I just remember we had the range attack there. Store 40 HP. I kind of want to keep that for later. The answer is you walk away. So I think the thing is, right, the question here is like a classic example of, is the suffering of an individual worth it if a lot of people don't suffer? And the obvious answer is fuck yes, right? Unless you're like a delusional fucker. But obviously from the perspective of the child, the answer is fuck no, but yeah. So obviously this is, the net suffering is way lower if one individual suffers, an entire city doesn't suffer, right? And there's morally no question asked that you should probably say fuck the child. But the question I'm asking is, can I kill the child so it doesn't suffer anymore, right? Is that a permitted rule? Because that would obviously be better. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, right? This is like it's supposed to be a moral dilemma, but it's more like an IQ test if you're able to do math, right? Because okay, I hope AI doesn't think like this, but I hope AI has a bit more nuance in its logic. But in this case, obviously the answer is pretty easy, right? You just keep the child around, because it, you know, like it's unfortunate, but it's just like means to an end. And yeah, the point you're trying to make is if a company does really bad things, we need to focus on it. It depends, right? How bad are the things? Right? That's the question. How much suffering is it causing? Right? You have to be realistic about this, right? If you know your sneakers were made by suffering children, which suffer like for hours every day, I think you are morally obliged to say fuck these sneakers.
Corruption clear.
And if you don't, you're a piece of shit. But if the company, I don't know, the CEO is a sexist piece of shit and he tweeted, every woman sucks ass and men are superior, and 5 people saw the tweet and nothing was done there, I think you can say fuck it, right? But then again, if it's Elon Musk and 1 billion people see the tweet, you should probably think about maybe changing your actions. But even then, the action is not as bad, right? It's only bad if it has real influence, which I guess this is the point I'm trying to make. But if it doesn't have real consequences of suffering, which are disproportional to the product, I think it's relevant or irrelevant. But then the other question is, are you obliged as a human being to do the inquiries to figure out if this is actually the case? Because most bad things about companies are obviously very well hidden and you don't know about, right? And now, do you have the moral obligation to investigate every single product you use? And the answer is fuck no. That's what the state should do. That's what like regulations should do. You should not have to do this, right? This is something, a product you can buy should never be in a category that it should not be there for sale, right? If a product has 90% child labor, you would fucking hope it's not on the market. And it's not your job to do it. It's your job to demand that there is a regulating system, right? You have to be, yes, I want this, right? Even if it means paying a few bucks more. But you shouldn't be there to have to like, like research every single company you deal with. This is impossible, right? Because even if you do the main company, that might be a supply chain thing. You never know, right? It's so complex. Even if the face of the company is nice, the background might be shit, and you might never find out. So yeah, it's not your job. It's the job of the like the specific institutions which are supposed to be there for this, hopefully. And they're not corrupt, and they don't take any money and bribes, and there's no lobbyism, and let me buy a fucking cigarette. Okay, wait. If the child dies, everyone does too. I mean, yeah, so of course the child stays alive and suffers then. Easy answer. If unless it's my child, then everybody else dies, right? See? That changes the perspective a bit. If the child is getting money to feed their widow, if the children are getting money to feed their widow, wait. If they feed their widowed mother and your moral high ground lets them starve. What do you mean exactly? You mean you're trying to defend child labor because if the children don't make money, somebody else is gonna suffer. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay, I'm gonna have a very mean stance on that, but if you decide to get children and you have children and you don't put them first, but you're still your own number one, you shouldn't have gotten children. Right? It's very simple. If you get a child and it's not your number one priority to make that child happy, why did you get it in the first place? I'm not saying fuck yourself, but you're number two now. And if you're not number two, you're doing it wrong. Because you literally put something in existence that can suffer and have joy, but you're still, it's your child, right? It's not someone else. And you're not taking this child as number one. Why get a child? Then just get no children. then you're just getting it for your own pleasure. If you're still your own number one. If you're getting children to fulfill your own life happiness, you're doing it wrong. You should get children because you want them to have a good life and you enjoy them being around, obviously, hopefully, but it still should be top priority. And the father died in civil war. Well, then the mother better be ready to fucking work hard. Okay, the thing is, right, obviously, let's go back to hunter and gatherers, right, where it was pretty common that children, as soon as they could work, they worked, right? And obviously, if there is a raw survival need for child labor, I think it's okay because it's not child labor then, it's called survival, right? There's a difference, right? There's this threshold where it's not child labor, but it's actually surviving. And if that is necessary, then obviously it's not child labor anymore, it's survival, right? So we're not talking about the same thing anymore. But if it's about exploiting children for gains, I think then we have an issue, right? If you're putting undeveloped mental beings in a position where they don't need to be for survival or a better life, then we're exploiting them, right? Because that is what we want to protect children from, right? We want to protect children from misuse and harm. That is the goal. And if misuse and harm is versus survival, obviously survival is more important. So yeah, so it's just it depends on the scenario we're in. No, that I don't mind those. I am a very rational person. You can see I'm taking a very lighthearted approach to very dark theme. For many people, very dark topics. I'm realistic, right? This is we're not living in paradise, like you said. So for me, I can see. This is what I meant. I think I have a relatively rare ability to talk about very emotional, negative topics without being emotional and negative, right? And that's how a psychopath is born and defined. No, just kidding. No, see, the differentiation is I don't take actions upon these things. And I think the things I say are actually not negative, right? I'm not saying crazy things. I'm just saying I'm just being realistic, right? So I hope that's kind of apparent. That there's a difference between a psychopath is he does the same things, but with different topics and actions, right? He's arguing like me, but in a very ill-mannered and negative way. I'm just being realistic, right? Reality is not very nice usually. That's why arguing realistically can come across a bit weird sometimes. But because most people sugarcoat everything, right? You're not gonna find people talk like this a lot. But I think it's dishonest, right? If intellectually this is what you think is right, you should say it, right? Doesn't mean you have to do it or so whatever. It just means there's this realistic perspective, and then you can do whatever with it. There's no way you can progress without exploitation. You have to agree with me on this. Even Plato does. I mean, of course you exploit, right? It's exploitation. I mean, up to this point, we're still exploiting, right? The current level of society, every level is based on exploitation, right? It's obvious. It starts with exploiting physical rules to create life, right? They exploited something. Then that life exploits ecosystems, resources, obviously. Now we move this exploitation to society. Exploitation is completely normal to some degree, right? Exploitation is what human nature makes happen, basically, at the start. But now we're talking about a society which is not the same anymore, right? It's a society where the exploitation should move from a human exploitation to a resource exploitation only, right? Where we're treating humans not as a resource to exploit, but actually the environment and everything is more of a resource to exploit in a way that's sustainable, obviously. Because we've been exploiting the environment too, obviously. But the part we don't want to do anymore is exploiting too much other countries, right? And other people, and that's basically what we're trying to do. Is this working right now? No. Why? Because we're still a capitalistic, human labor-driven society. Will it collapse within a few years if AI comes around? Yes, of course, right? The solution to hunger in Africa, to child labor, it's AI. Like for every single big problem where there's no real human solution, it's always, unfortunately, AI, right? Yeah, or thousands of years of suffering or something. I don't know. Maybe we would have found a solution as humans, but it would have taken a fuck longer time, right? But yeah, so what is going to solve these problems is very likely AI. So even me talking about it is like climate change too, right? These are things which we know how to solve in theory, but we can't as a society. Right? We know it's bad to have these things, quote unquote bad, right? We know what to do to not have them, but we don't do them because we're humans, right? Which is not an excuse. It's like, I believe in determinism, right? We are literally... This one is very interesting. I hope this is the priming. This is not too bad. Yeah, so I wouldn't be too worried about these things, right? I wouldn't be like, oh my god, this is a problem I have to solve, right? I'm just telling you what I think about it, and maybe what I'm seeing is hopefully, I mean, I'm dumb as fuck compared to AI then, but obviously I hope there is like some kind of common sense there that an intelligent being would find, hopefully. But I can't know because I'm not that smart, right? So I'm just hoping that I have a subset of abilities which will map onto whatever AI will do later. But I might be completely wrong, so I hope I'm not completely wrong about this, because this would literally mean humans would get fucked instantly, right? Because all I'm doing is basically, all the argumentations I have are in a way still pro-human, but from a rational perspective. So I hope that AI will still have that, or otherwise obviously we're cooked, right? There's no way there's gonna be anything else. So wait, we buy one, we get one for free. So if we buy this one, we might get this one for free, right?
This one, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy this one because I hope I don't have to buy the food. Wow, this is a 50% damage increase. Holy. It's not free? Would it be free if I buy this? I can't.
Hear me, on my authority.
Did we even get the free item? We might not even have picked it. There's a book called Everything is Obvious, which argues you should not give machine problem-solving decisions since common sense is not always right. Wait, there's a book called Everything is Obvious. Machine problem-solving decisions. What is again? I'm trying to understand which point exactly you're trying to make there. Is basically the point that you should not give AI decision making, or you should give it decision making because common sense is not always right. So it's like pro AI decision making or con AI decision making. And you finished in the book yet, so maybe I'm wrong in the interpretation. For example, you would, you wrote more. Never think giving stimulants to hyperkinetic people will calm them down, since common sense says otherwise. Think stimulants will make you go hyper. So, what is common sense, right? What is that even? It's basically, common sense means you're not thinking really. You're basically taking the easy way out by trying to not take all the most logical, straightforward path to explaining something, right? Common sense is most likely always wrong, and as a result, almost all the things we believe in science to be very true are probably also still very inaccurate. Right? Because it's very unlikely a dumb fucking human can understand physics at a fundamental level. And if you don't believe me, just look at biology. How much do we actually understand about the human body? Literally us. We are the best, right? About us, we know jack shit. Or we would have solved cancer. We would have solved aging. Right? Most diseases would be gone if we weren't fucking stupid. Right? So if you think we understand physics or anything else, like world economy, why do you think analysts are mostly wrong? Because to learn, you need to have a feedback loop, right? You need to have validation of your information, and all we can do is go by our quote-unquote common sense and, you know, like try to validate what we find. And experimentation in science is basically just like trying to poke around until we find something that disagrees with common sense, and then validating if it actually is common sense or not, right? Or if it's really nonsensical. And the reality is, for every real thesis, there's an infinite amount of wrong thesis, right? And the likelihood of finding the real thesis is just increased because you know, there is a tangible thing about it, but fully describing it might be super complex. And you mean the intelligence is coming from the humans, ultimately knowing, not including the common sense? Like what AI is thought from us, that I'm saying we cannot create something more intelligent. So this argument is very, again, right, like, is really about the self-improvement aspect. Right now we're training AI on human data, but the goal is to have AI train itself without human data, right? And maybe human data as a Kickstarter, right? Because it's obviously easier if you have like a baseline of evolution, I guess. Just like get a starting state. But then AI can do whatever the fuck it wants to evolve from there, right? It can change its perception, it can change its memory style, it can change its complete structure if it needs to. It can evolve in a way that it thinks it's appropriate to solve whatever task it's trying to solve at that moment. And in a way where I think AI will have a lot more data is once we have robotics, very primitive ones, working jobs, working in your house, they will provide a lot of data, which then again can be used to self-improve, right? And why this is so powerful is because if an AI learns like this, right? Not every AI has to learn it. One learns it and everybody else learns it too. If you have a house robot, right? Today, it can't fold a t-shirt. One of them figures out how to fold a t-shirt. Everybody else figures it out too. It's like billions of humans learning at the same time. And updating their weights overnight, basically, their brains overnight. This is incredible, right? And this is, even if they're shit at learning, they just have to be able to learn. And same will happen in science and wherever. They will start maybe very bad, but they will become amazing very fast. Without any human knowledge added. My strong belief is actually that the human knowledge, the way we're doing it right now, the easy way out is why it's not working that well. Because we actually focus too much on what we think is good. But we actually never ask the AI to figure out what's good itself. Right? We're trying to evaluate AI on human stupidity. So that is obviously not the way to get to AGI in a meaningful way. So we have to let go of this evaluation aspect, right? Because if AI says something correct and humans think it's incorrect, you will say this is wrong. But maybe AI was right, but you're too dumb to see it. And then the weights update and they're like, yep, that was wrong, okay. I thought it was right, but a human told me, override me, and said I'm stupid. Right? And that's why I don't think human trained AI can ever like surpass human intelligence if it's not like self-learning. There is a cap. I mean, the cap is physically constrained, obviously. It depends on how much energy and matter you require and what constellations of matter you need. Yeah, obviously you only have a certain amount of energy and atoms and, you know, like structures you can use for intelligence, and that is the hard cap. But that hard cap is just look at the human brain, right? How many atoms are there? How much energy does it need? And is it optimal? Just assume, right? Is the human brain the optimal use case for energy consumption? And you say, evolution, I don't know. But evolution has a very simple rule. Good is good enough. Evolution doesn't give a shit if it's perfect. It just has to be better than the shit that's around it, right? And survive. And that doesn't mean our brains are perfect. They're not the best materials anyway, because the thing is, right, biology has a very carbon limited access to materials, right? It's very limited in what it can actually use and the temperatures it can work under. But in theory, AI can use whatever materials, whatever temperatures, whatever structure it wants, right? It's not limited like biology. So it will definitely find a way to be more energy efficient and materially efficient than us, right? So it will find a structure which is smaller than a brain, smaller question mark, but it will be way more efficient than a brain at doing whatever it needs it to do, right? So this is why also this will evolve over time, but right now it's using our human things, and yeah, the constraint there is obviously our build hardware right now. Which is why you also wanted to help design and evolve this part, obviously, right? This is the second step. The first step is get self-learning, and then AI tells you, hey, cool, I need this, right? I need this. And obviously at some point it will be, it won't say I need this, it will just do this, right? Because it has robots, it will have actuators, it will have resources, right? So it will be able to do this basically, but we will help it obviously, right? And you might say, but why will we help it? Because if it tells you, hey, you give me 10% of this and I'll solve world hunger and cancer and make everybody rich, I think nobody will say no, right? It will come as a friend no matter if it's like an enemy. It's impossible to prevent this. We have no way of ever knowing if it's aligned or not. It will be so hard to even notice this. And it might even not start misaligned. It might start as our best buddy, and at some point it might just be, oh wait, this is kind of ass, right? For whatever reason. And then we're out, right? We don't know, we can't see this. There's no way to predict this. All we can know is that it's uncertain. It's uncertain if the alignment will be positive or negative. It's impossible to say, right? I mean, let's be real, there's like one good outcome and an infinite amount of negative ones. And if you're a statistic person, you might say the infinite negative ones are kind of more likely. But hold up. I still hope it will drive towards that one because it's a nicer outcome, I hope. But yeah, for every good alignment, there's basically one really good one. Like with like slight variance, I guess, but there's a lot of very negative ones, right? So I really hope that the statistics here don't matter too much. Okay, let me quickly get this one here. Special blade lightning effects, strike twice, 10%, up to 3 times. Okay, sure, let's take chain lightning here.
I met one of your brothers, Lord Charon. It was Moros. He delivered to me a certain artifact, but then was gone. Do you know of the fated list? It's been in my family's care before. So, what of Moros? Where could he have gone in all of this?
So wait, what you're saying is basically that the human brain has the ability to quote-unquote overclock under certain situations. Is that what you're trying to say?
They won't budge.
Oh wait, how long have we been streaming for? Okay, we still got a few minutes.
Cerberus, I swear.
Oh my god, he had like a smash. Yo, he's sucking me. Like we're rolling him.
You will stay out of this.
We not have... No, we don't have heals. Shit. Yeah, so the AoE of his strikes here is really big. That's what got us the last time. Why am I standing in him? That's a good question. We deal more damage when we're further away, but obviously my brain doesn't care, so...
Spirits of despair, be gone. Cerberus, it's really you.
Having shed its coat of torment, the soul-devouring infernal beast beyond the gates of Tartarus reveals that it is not the monster it appeared, but one more infamously vicious still.
No, wait, stay. Where did he go?
Okay, we got him.
He was guarding the gates.
Fluffy, also wording. Yeah, but is that what you meant? That the brain can like overclock under certain situations? With the bar fight example?
Authorized personnel only.
I mean, and no, I haven't gotten in a bar fight yet. I did get in a few fights, but my goal is obviously to avoid fights. But every now and then you do get into scenarios when you're younger, especially, where there might be some confrontations. But yeah, I mean, you might not know because I mean, obviously, I didn't talk about it that much. When I was younger, my main sport was martial arts. Ever since I was like 5, I think I did judo to start, then I did like self-defense, then I went and did kung fu, karate, kyudo, and kendo, and yeah, and also played volleyball in a team at the same time, and badminton. So basically every evening was a different sport. I think only Sunday was a day where I didn't do sports. And then when I went to study, I transitioned to bouldering because it was like kind of unsustainable to just do a different sport and find a different team for everything, a single sport again, because I wanted to focus on my studies. And yeah, that worked out very well. But no, it worked out well in the way that I'm bouldering to this day. This is my main sport, and I'm also going to go boulder today. But at the end of the day, right, this is basically why for me fighting was always from the perspective of knowing that fights are something you want to avoid, right? Because while I was pretty good at fighting, a fight you can't get injured, and you don't need to win fights you don't take, right? Like every fight you avoid is a win. And yeah, the only fight I couldn't avoid was, I don't know, I never talked much to this guy, but he was basically, something I did offended him. I don't know what it was. He was basically trying to be like, what are you doing? I assume probably because it was, like I think people tend to not like people who are very different, and I was not very normal. And still not am very normal, so I guess like he just didn't like me for that reason. And he basically picked a fight, and we were on grass, so I just like threw him on the ground and was like, took his cap and was like, put my fist in front of his face and was like, please leave me alone. I don't dislike you, but if you start to pick a fight, I have to fight back. And yeah, then he never ever picked a fight again. And then my reputation as the strongest guy in class emerged, which basically was very good because I never had to worry about fighting people anymore, because I was like, everybody was like, oh, this guy's strong, I don't fuck with him. So even if they didn't like me, they didn't tell me, which was like nice, I guess. And also the one thing, there was only one thing I actually was proud of in my time, because I was mostly playing games and doing shit that didn't mean anything to most other people. But there was one moment we had a guy in school with a religious name who was, a bit smaller, weaker, and very intelligent. and he was the prime target to be picked on. And there were like two like a little bit rowdies in our class, right? Like this a bit like rowdy type characters, like, you know, just a bit rowdy, not very nice kids, right? Just like a bit more active and whatever. And they started picking on him. And I was around, I was like, hey, bro, I took them both, right? Like, it's like, sounds like I'm making this up because obviously, you know, I'm so much older. I know this doesn't happen a lot. I took both of them by the collar and pushed them against the wall at the same time. And I was like, you leave him alone, right? And then this obviously led to him not being bullied anymore. Probably they hated me, but whatever. But funnily enough, our class from that point on, bar one incident of somebody coming in from outside where I literally couldn't help, right? I talked to her, I said, the entire class was basically against her because she was just talking, like she was hallucinating random shit basically. And people were not able to see that she probably has some issues and they should not, you know, they took it like, it was. I told her, hey, I can't do much for you unless you stop saying these things because you're triggering people actively the entire time, and I can't stop them. I told them, can you leave her alone? But they're like, you know, they were just like, it was hard, right? The entire class was there. I was like, okay, if you don't stop that, I can't help you. I don't mind that you say it, but I talked to everybody, but in this case, there's not much I can do. But in general, what happened actually is that the guy, our class was very cohesive, right? But even if when we split up in the higher grades where you like see different classes, there was no like bullying. There was nobody was like cycled out. And the guys like you know, the guy who, because that was pretty early, right? It was like in 7th or 8th grade or something, and basically, because they were very young, right? They didn't know that obviously it was not nice to bully and everything. But since it did not start early, there was like very positive like cohesion in the class, right? And I would guess like the religious name guy and these guys, they got along really nicely. And if anything, behind everybody's front, the most hated person was probably me, if I had to guess, because I was extremely lazy, but still had really good like results. And you know, like the way I argue right now, it probably is perceived as arrogant by a lot of people and like emotionless, like a machine or whatever, right? Like, which is not how people think usually. So I must have been probably in the back. I mean, they didn't tell me, but I would assume that there were like people who really liked me, but there were also probably a lot of people who didn't like me at all, just because I existed, right? Because I was basically this thing that is there that is not like them, and it makes them probably feel worse about being like they are because they just see how effortless things are for me, right? And yeah, that must not be nice for them. I understand, right? I understand that this was not the best, I guess, like experience for them, and I'm sorry if I offended anybody by existing. I didn't do it on purpose. These days, I mean, beyond streaming, I shut the fuck up usually and don't make people feel bad. Don't worry about it. It's just when I stream that I talk random shit. Yeah, so I stopped doing this publicly beyond the stream, which is, you know, like you can opt out of this, right? But when I was younger, I didn't really care too much about this, and I just said what I thought the entire time, be it to teacher or like people around me. Yeah, but this is still the one feat, right? I helped one person going from being bullied at school and having a shit time at school to not having a shit time at school. And this is the only thing, whatever I did in life, I don't believe in karma, but I know that this was the one thing that I'm like proud of as a kid. Everything else, fuck that, it was useless shit, but I hope that was at least worth it, right? Like for him. Like I strongly believe, right, he was also obviously super friendly to me in general, but I strongly believe that I made one person's life better as a kid. And maybe, unfortunately, just by existing, a lot of other lives may be a bit worse, but hopefully this one guy's life was better. Yeah, so in school, like for over time, right, the reputation, obviously, like it doesn't mean that you're going to be liked, right? Like the reputation of being strong and intelligent, we're not in Japan, man. If I was in Japan, I was considered the smartest kid in my class. I was considered the strongest kid. whatever, sure, nice, but that doesn't help you in Germany. In Germany, this is a negative, right? And the only reason why, the combination of the two prevented me from being bullied, I guess, right? If I was only intelligent, I would have been bullied. And if it was only strong, I guess they would have been, maybe not bullying me, but maybe they would have laughed or something every now and then or something. I don't know. But since the combination is kind of weird, they were like, you know, like, we don't fuck with this guy. But I don't think it was a positive, right? I think I enjoyed my youth a lot, right? But I obviously am now, in retrospective, I'm very aware that I got lucky, basically, and that I didn't get bullied. But in Japan, I would have been liked, right? People would have said, oh, this guy's really smart. Like, I like him. In Germany, if you're really smart, for whatever reason, the plebs just, they try to bully you. That's what it is, right? And you just have to be strong so it doesn't happen. But yeah, not everybody's strong. So hopefully you find somebody who's, you know, like not an asshole and helps you. Yeah, the only thing I ever did good in my life, okay, that sounds really sad, but no, it is one of those things, right? See, I don't oversell myself because everything else I do is pretty useless and shit. So, on to myself, right? So, yeah, this is the one thing where I would say I didn't fuck up. From others' perspective. My perspective is I'm making the good choices. Yeah, it's unfortunately a cultural thing that bullying is like being good at things is not considered a good thing in school in Germany. I don't know why. It's just culture, right? I guess Japan really made a good... however they did this, that is so genius. Actually favoring performing people and not being like, this is bad. Yeah, that's really weird. And also, right, I was not the guy who invested a lot of time, which is, I guess, the system hates people in Germany that put in a lot of effort, like the school system, and have good results. But I don't even know how they feel about people who don't put any effort and get good results. Is that even worse? I don't know. I mean, it must make other people feel really bad, though. So yeah, I'm really sorry that I existed in school for those people. Because just being in school and doing nothing and still being good must have been really bad for them. Yeah, and that's how AI is going to make everybody feel, right? So that's why I'm realistic, right? If I am them, which I will be very soon with AI, just much worse, right? The difference will be much bigger. That's why I'm mentally prepared for this, right? I know that it can make people feel very bad, and I'm glad that I don't seem to. I'm just extrapolating here. I don't know, because there is no AGI yet, right? Maybe I will feel like shit too then. But I'm realistic. I know that it's gonna happen. I can't know how it will make me feel, but obviously it will make me feel something, right? Even though I'm prepared for the difference mentally, I cannot feel it, right? It's like, oh yeah, I know that there's a car crash coming, but you don't know what it feels like until you're in the car crash, right? So I hope it's not going to be too devastating. Okay, but a certain situation, like for me personally, I had brain damage when I was little, and I kept remembering everything to the part I lived in constant lag, so destroyed with substance abuse. And I'm just saying I have a categorical imperative for human intelligence, and everyone should too. Wait. What do you mean? So you're saying you're biased towards human intelligence, which is completely normal, or And yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, yeah, if you had like a neurological condition which affected your thinking, obviously you're you, right? You don't have another perspective. You you only have yourself. For you, that should be normal, right? Like you shouldn't. The thing is, the question is, like, yeah, does it, like, if you say substance abuse and everything, that sounds pretty negative from outside. But the question is obviously, how do you feel when these things happen, right? Like, just because other people think it's not normal and dysfunctional, does it function for you? That's the question. I'm not talking about taking drugs. I'm talking about the core brain thing. Like, was it like this? I mean, obviously, it seems, if it's lagging, it seems kind of dysfunctional. But the question is, like, how did it feel for you? Like, what did it make you feel, basically? And you were insane and spent most of your primary in the principal room. And so you cannot relate at all. Wait. Did I say I was good, but I was bad for everybody? Like, I'm not bad. Wait. Teachers hated me. Like, I mean, that's not true. The one teacher, the thing is, right? Most teachers are also not that smart. So when they see somebody who's better than them at what they're teaching, they don't like that, right? When I read a book and I understand what the guy means, and my teacher's like, what the fuck is this guy saying? But it kind of sounds right, but this is not what's written in my notes. And then he's like, fuck this. Some people appreciate this, right? There was, especially my German teacher. He really liked what I said. The problem was I usually didn't write it down, just made it up on the go. So he was like, sometimes we had homework, and he was like, hey, can you read this out? Can you read out your homework? And then I read it like this. And then he basically said, yeah, oh, this is so nice. Can you repeat this part? And I was like, no, I can't, because I just made it up. I don't have it written down. So you just ask me what you want to ask me. And obviously, you know, like some people appreciated this because I had novel insights. Other people were like, oh shit, this guy's just annoying, you know, I don't want to deal with this, or, you know. And I also didn't pay attention in class either. So I came late and everything. And I was like, this story was just really sad, actually. We had like a doc, it was like, he had like a doctorate, like a PhD, but like you know, the German doctor, whatever you call it, in I don't even know what, social sciences or something. And he basically he noticed that I was really smart, and he also gave me like even though I was super lazy, he basically gave me what do you call like an opportunity to be in a program where you can like get funding and stuff like that. So we went on some trips with like other like quote unquote gifted people, and it was really fun. This is how I met my second girlfriend. That's where I met her, and she was a really hard worker. I was not. And what's really funny is a friend of mine, he was really into social studies and history, and he was like, how the fuck are you getting the highest marks? You don't know anything, right? You don't read it. How do you do it, right? This guy, he's like so strict. He never gets this result. I'm the only person ever getting it. How do you also get it? And I was like, at the time, right? I said what I do. I literally said I read a part in the book, and then I imagine what would happen because of it, right? I read a part of history and I extrapolate around it, and I try to describe what I think it could be. And this seems to be so close or so accurate to what historically is perceived that I get good marks. But that was so funny because he was kind of mad at that. He was like, fuck that, right? Well, why do you get the same result as me? You don't know anything. You don't put in any work. How do you do it? But he wasn't mad, right? We were friends. But he was like still like a bit like confused by this. And that was really funny because you would expect like knowledge subjects to be really hard, right? Like where you... for example, like like this is the funniest part, right? I had the highest grade in like what is it, German literature stuff. I didn't read a single of those fucking books, right? I didn't read a single book, and I still had the highest grade. And all I did was literally read a page during the exam. Unfortunately, I sometimes even showed up late and stuff like that. I was literally forgot that we had exams. I came to school. I was half an hour late. Everybody was sitting silent there, and I was like, oh shit, we have an exam today. And then basically I opened the book and I looked at a page. And then I started to think about what would have happened the rest of the book. And then I wrote shit about that. It's crazy. What a useless system. What I learned there, by the way, the important lesson was not that I was good at this. The important lesson is, even if you learn these things, you're still going to be ass at them, right? Because most of the things I did was not something you could learn them by reciting what other people thought, but thinking the thought in the first place is something you couldn't learn. So it taught you nothing, basically. What I learned is that this shit teaches you nothing. There are like parts of like, especially social sciences and stuff like that, which have no value. They teach you nothing. They teach you knowledge, but they don't teach you how to use that knowledge efficiently or acquire it yourself, right? So this is what I learned. There's like this part where you know, where you need to know shit, which is basically science. Because if you don't, yeah, sure, if you know a lot of science, you can think rationally about stuff, but you still need to have a knowledge, right? And it doesn't like just drop from the sky. And then there are other things where you basically can pull everything out of your ass and you will know it or you won't know it, but you won't get better at this anyway. So it's kind of really funny. So that I realized there was this distinction, and then I was really bad relative. It was still okay, right? But I was really bad at science stuff, right? Like math and everything. It was really, really bad because you have to imagine, right? I didn't pay attention in class. So when the integral was like introduced in math class, I was probably not even there. I came late, probably 10 minutes before the class finished. And I didn't know what it was, right? So I learned what an integral was for my final exams, the Abitur, right? It was the finals, basically. I learned I was in Vienna. We were like, I prepared myself for the quote-unquote Abitur. It was the first time ever I learned for school. It was basically a 2-week stay in Vienna. No, was it 2 weeks or 1 week? I don't remember. But basically we stayed in Vienna, where my girlfriend is right now, for work. And we did this together with a friend. And the goal was to learn and in the evening to visit like concerts, operas, theaters, and just chill, right? Obviously what we did was visit operas, concert, and theater, because it was also like I was like I was in a band singing in a choir. I was like at the time I had a lead role in our music in our school. What is it like called, like school theater? So I had like a lot of artistic stuff going on back then. And the funny thing is, we didn't learn shit, but I learned, actually, that's really funny, I only learned the essential parts. So there are 2 parts of the German. We have like in Germany, I'm in Baden-Württemberg, which is basically considered the hard part. The different rules for the finals exams, depending on where you are. And this is basically a rule that is where not your school gives you the task, but the entire like state gives you the task. So it's like the hard mode, basically. So it's the real one. Why is it unfair? Because no matter if your school or the state gives you the exam, depending on where you are, the universities don't care. So if you have a 1.0, amazing results in a very easy school that gives you all the answers ahead of time, it's worth as much as from a state-driven exam where you don't know what exactly is going to be asked of you, and everybody in the entire state has the same answer, so nobody can play favorites, right? And the funny part is, I only learned the 2. There was split in 2. Where there's it's called the Pflichtteil, which is the mandatory part, and then there's like the extra part, basically, where you basically the mandatory part is always the same stuff, right? Like integrals, differentiation, very simple stuff, basically. But it's always there, just different questions. And then there's the part where there might be 1 of 4 subjects, 2 or 4 subjects will be covered, 2 won't be covered. So as a smart kid, I was like, okay, I need to have a minimum score, and I'm going to only learn the stuff that is relevant, right? I'm not going to learn during those 2 weeks in Vienna. The goal was to learn the parts that were relevant. And what's really funny is, I learned this part so well, and it was one of the allegedly my girlfriend, right, at the time. She was not at the same school because I met her over the program, but she wasn't that far away, so basically went to school from there every morning, driving like 1.5 hours by car. And she was like, she was a really hard worker and had really good grades. And she basically said the math exam was so fucking hard. And the fact that I actually got the maximum score out of this part, while not having learned anything else, is incredible. Because I learned what an integral was like 2 weeks before my finals exam. And the point I'm trying to make is, science, why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it just magically pop if you don't pay attention? Because you don't know the language, right? How would I know what an integral does if I don't know what it stands for? It's a language I don't speak, right? I didn't speak math at the time. And yeah, so it doesn't just magically happen unless you pay attention during class, right? And I didn't pay attention during class, and I didn't study, so obviously I couldn't speak math. This is why it was really bad. But what I realized getting older at that point, I realized how little I know, right? I was like, yeah, I'm sure I'm not dumb or anything, but I don't know shit. And that's why I started studying what I was worse at. You have to imagine, right? I literally was very gifted in all those social study things where you can literally just talk shit and still get through, and you don't have to learn. But I chose to go the hard route and actually learn what my grades were the worst at, which is like STEM, right? STEM topics. So yeah, I literally fucked myself when I was going out of school by saying, bro, you're gonna study what you're worst at. Yeah, that's what I did, and honestly, for the better, right? Obviously, I wouldn't be this informed about the state of the world and be able to argue like this if I didn't decide to actually learn something, right? not put in maybe a lot of work, but learn something. So this is basically the story of the past, right? This is a bit of background about me. Yeah. And you can remember everything, and you were an orphan, so the smart kids did not like me, and their parents even hated me. It was a fun childhood. So one of my biggest quote-unquote weaknesses, or strength, depending on whether you see it, is I have a very bad autobiographic memory. So if I think of the past, I think in like my brain condenses it down to important things. I don't have like very detailed memories, if you want to put it like that. Like it's very, 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 very limited, like to a degree which is not normal, obviously. But why is the strength? I think is because I condensed these experiences to key experiences, right? I don't have the unnecessary fluff. I have the meta of it, but obviously it makes it a bit awkward in a way that if you just don't remember the details, right? Like it's like I know what happened, when it happened roughly, but I have no like concrete like, oh, this was the moment when. But I think why it might be valuable is actually because I don't hallucinate shit as a result, right? Because I don't remember. The brain usually fills in details and memory, so you think it's super detailed, but it's all wrong, right? It's like basically a one big hallucination. And what's really funny about this is actually that because I don't have that, I think my memories might actually be more useful because they don't make up the parts to feel complete. I know they're incomplete, right? I know this part is just a concept. It's not a real memory, like I have a movie of it or something. And I think that might be a strength, but I have no idea. So yeah, my brain's kind of weird. And it's, yeah, that's why, like when I say I don't remember what it is, 5 days ago or something, that's because my brain condenses information in a very weird way. Yeah, which might feel weird to some people, obviously, because you might be saying like, hey, you just did this, but you don't remember. And I'm like, yeah, because it was probably irrelevant to my brain. Hopefully. Hopefully it was irrelevant. And the lagging was because my brain would keep autoplaying the day to the point I don't know what I was imagining and what was real. And you only wanted to be a pastry chef, but was forced into academia too. What do you mean? You were forced into academia? So if you were like an orphanage, I assume you didn't know your parents? So what forced you into academia? I mean, like the word force, I mean, determinism forces you to do anything you do, right? But just curious what the transition was there. Yeah, but yeah, obviously sorry that you perceive your childhood as a bad memory, right? Because I know I really liked my childhood, right? I was really fortunate there. I guess in life, right? I mean, yeah, sure, I died last year almost, but that is, whatever, right? If I died, I just still had a good life up until this point, right? We're all playing with limited time. So, like the time you were at least spending, even though I really also had issues, right? Like obviously there were times in my life which were not as nice. But mostly they were thankfully after childhood, right? Where I was like able to grow and evolve past most of these things. Yeah, but obviously, like life is not only perfect. It does, even from the outside, if it looks like you have all the ingredients for a good life, sometimes they're just, things which keep you from having those. And yeah, it's really weird, right? Unfortunately, happiness does not scale with getting lucky. Okay, you had no money to open your own bakery and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh no, it was a fun childhood. Okay. Okay, so yeah, no, you did enjoy it. Okay. Okay, so I thought you meant it ironically because you used the word hated and everything, and then you said, "Oh, that was fun." That sounded like it was was not fun. But okay, if you perceived it as fun, that's nice, right? A lot of people I know unfortunately didn't have good childhoods, and it's not because they were born under bad circumstances. It's just they didn't perceive their childhood as fun or like a good time. And often it is unfortunately down to bullying and other like external circumstances. So yeah, this is what this is why I think it's really important to try to create a world where everybody has the same opportunities and doesn't have to suffer. Because especially when you're younger, like, yeah, all is determined, blah, blah, blah. But especially when you're younger, there can be so many things which are avoidable, which just is mostly actually societal stuff where like people are mean to each other for no reason. And if we can get this to go away, that would be so nice, honestly. Yeah. Okay, and this is the true nature of most humans, I know beyond the veil before all my colleagues. I mean, yeah, I think most people will finish their lives not realizing a lot of these things, which it is an intelligent cap, but it's also, it's not, that's why I don't care that much about intelligence, because actually you can be super intelligent, but it's still being ignorant, right? Because ignorance is bliss, but in a way that is natural to humans. Being ignorant of a lot of things helps you feel better about the world, right? And I learned to be optimistic in the face of realism. That is very hard. Like, I think that's the hardest thing I had to learn, is actually realizing that a lot of stuff is really ass, right? Really bad and really negative, and still not let it lead my everyday sentiment. Because obviously there's so much bad shit in the world and so much potential for suffering, and the fact alone that everybody's gonna die, everybody you love is gonna die, right? That can be very depressing, realizing that, and also like realizing how likely it is, and what you're just like being realistic is that the world is inherently not the most fun place to be, as long as you don't make it a fun place mentally, right? Because there's a lot of just stuff that sucks actively, and that's why, you know, like, it's everybody grows at some point, but not everybody grows and has the time to grow to make these thoughts and to process them, because they're under external pressure. And sometimes that can be good, right? Sometimes just being in a, you know, not having the free mental capacity to think about all this stuff, it can get you through life in a better way, right? And yeah, some people have the unfortunate realizations very late into life, but even then, right, at least you didn't waste your entire life thinking about these things, and you just had a good life. And yeah, maybe the last fucking 5 years sucked or something, because you were like, oh shit, what did I do? But if the ride was good, the end doesn't really matter. At least from a human perspective. Okay, but let me quickly finish this round, because I do have to finish the stream as well. So yeah, let me quickly refresh myself, and then we're going to finish it. And by finishing it, I mean dying through Chronos, probably. Yeah, just had to think about something, because I just talked about, oh yeah, I was doing really crazy shit as a kid and whatever. But as a kid, I didn't realize this was crazy, right? I just did it. And I think it was like around maybe 10th grade that I started to realize that I was probably pretty smart, right? I didn't realize that as a kid. I didn't think about it. I didn't really evaluate humans on that level. And ever since then, I was able to pretty accurately like predict intelligence in humans, right? It just started at that point. And then I told my girlfriend that I can talk to people and I know how smart they are very quickly, right? I can very quickly see how biased and smart and everything they are, because I think like it's about relative intelligence, which is why I think AI is really dangerous, because this evaluation for me is not going to be possible for that for sure. I know that, right? Because it's going to be so smart that all I can tell is smarter, right? But I can't tell roughly how smart it is. And for humans, I guess like I'm in the lucky position that I can actually evaluate human intelligence pretty well. And when I talked to my girlfriend like that, she was like, I can't tell that, right? My girlfriend is pretty smart, but she was like, I can't say how smart people are really, right? Yeah, I can tell some are really dumb, but I don't really know how smart one really is. They all seem kind of samey. And then she started working, and now she just recently said like, hey, by the way, remember when you said you can tell how smart people are? Now that I work, I can also tell how smart people are. And I'm like, you see, I told you it's possible. It's not, I'm not just making this up. It's really easy to tell. And it's really, and this is not obviously. I'm hopefully you are aware. I'm not homophobic. It's just an example. I can tell if people are gay very likely. Not if they're like lesbians, but if they're just like like gay, and like gay men. And I think it's pretty easy for me to tell. And when I told my girlfriend, "Oh yeah, this person's probably gay," and she's like, "Huh? What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Huh? This person is probably gay." Because you can tell by the way they get, just like present themselves. And I'm like, she was like, "Oh, I can't tell that at all," right? And now also over time, she was like, "Okay, yeah, sure, I can see it too now," right? So there's like things which maybe seem insulting at first because you're like, I mean, I cannot tell that everybody's gay. Obviously, there's some people who are very different. It's not everybody the same, but there are a lot of people where it's easy to tell, right? And the funny thing is that initially she thought I was being like, like unreasonable or like insulting or something. And I said, no, I just can tell, right? It's not like I'm being like, I'm not saying it's 100%. I'm saying it's very likely, right? And yeah, initially she was like a bit offended by me saying this. And now she's like, okay, I can see it too, right? Because she couldn't recognize the patterns back then. And yeah, so this basically taught me that people can actually learn to recognize these patterns. It just takes a little bit more time, and maybe somebody who nudges them by saying, hey, there is maybe a pattern. And yeah, some naturally get them, others don't. But yeah, for me, it was always very, very obvious, both intelligent and the gayness factor, basically. Yeah, but obviously this is just this is what do you call it? Like a generalization, and obviously that one fails, right? You have to be aware of this, right? You might say somebody's gay, but he's not gay, obviously, because even if it has a 90% overlap, that doesn't mean he's gay, right? So yeah, it's just like, because I played Mutagenics, why did I think of it? There's a gaydar in the game. You can basically tell the sexual orientations there, and I was like, yeah, I kind of have that too, but only for that. I think for lesbians it's way harder, honestly. It's really, really hard. And there's so many sexual orientations, right? It's just a spectrum. We just give them different labels, but you know what I mean. Like, the one I can tell is that one. The other one's way, way harder, right? For sure. And now, honestly, my perspective is, like, historically makes also sense, evolutionary, that in females, bisexual behavior is way more likely than in males. But at the end of the day, what's kind of interesting is that a lot of lesbians, I think, are actually more on the bisexual spectrum than actually lesbians, but they just don't want to fuck with men. Like, not fuck in a way that's sex, but, men just piss them off in a way, or they have bad memories of whatever, right? They just don't want to have men around. And that's kind of a thing why it's harder to tell there, because they're not as, like, much on the side of the spectrum as maybe men. The F slur? Wait, what do you mean? what F slur? I mean, probably a lot of stuff I say sounds offensive, but I don't mean it offensive, right? I mean, my relationship status is basically, me, my girlfriend, she's together with Jesse, and yeah, obviously, I'm very pro whatever spectrum, bisexual, whatever stuff, right? I don't care about that, right? I'm not gay, but that doesn't mean I care about people being gay or not. Like, I don't care, right? It's not like society's gonna collapse because we have a persistent percentage of gays, right? Obviously, if there were like 90% gay people, it would be an quote-unquote issue we have to solve, because humanity would go extinct. But since it's like irrelevant, because it doesn't propagate in a predictable fashion and it's not dominant or anything, it's not an issue, right? And people who are like, oh, how could people ever be against gays? I mean, there's a lot of dumb assumptions, right? If you have no science and you see gay people, and it's a risk to, first of all, they won't get kids, so they will get old, society will, they will not contribute to society, whatever. You see these things, and then you're like, okay, we have to do something, and then you're afraid that suddenly there might be some kind of genetic propagation, and then you're afraid that 90% of people will end up gay, which is would be a real issue, right? Because if you only have gay people and there are no kids and whatever, that would be kind of ass, right? Because society would disappear, humanity would disappear. Obviously, there is this initial fear because you don't know, right? And you can't go back and say, oh, look at these homophobic bitches, right? They were homophobic objectively, but they did it out of ignorance, right? And lacking of knowledge. And this is obviously not great, but it's not an unfounded fear, right? They fear the unknown. It's what humans do. And this is why today, where we have the data, if you still are homophobic, you're a piece of shit, because you're obviously not able to compute the easy math, right? That is not a threat. It's not by choice. It is how they are, and it's perfectly fine. It doesn't affect us negatively, right? This is why it's fine. Obviously, it could have been an issue if it's propagated differently, for sure. Yeah, it wouldn't make the people less worth, but it would have been a risk to society for sure, right? And at this point, it's obviously proven to not be the case. So why would you be a homophobic piece of shit, right? Like, why? I get that there's fear of the unknown and people dislike different things. I get it. That's the human nature, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on what it is, right? I mean, so obviously it's meant to protect us to some degree. In this case, obviously, the data is out, right? You can stop being a piece of shit. Or you can start throwing Earth like a frisbee. This is just as useful. Well, Mary Shelley's mom is gonna come haunt you for life. Wait, what? Boy, I live in Sharia law. You don't have to justify your allyship. I know that actual homophobia is like... Yeah, the thing is, right, why this is relevant, right? Is because we have countries where being gay can still get you to prison, get you fined, prosecuted, right? Or women are treated unequally from men. And I'm not saying women are men. I'm saying women should have the same rights as men, obviously, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like you're physically identical. That's obviously not the case, right? And I'm also not saying that should be the case, right? We're different entities. Every person is an individual, and I just think like everybody should be treated fairly and equally, and not like get controlled or prosecuted for things which have no negative impact. Because you might say, but shouldn't that be true for everything? Obviously not, right? I mean, obviously, if you're a fucking psychopath, mass murderer, you should get fucking put away in jail so you can kill people. You shouldn't get to suffer, but you should get put in jail, right? But what I'm saying is, if there's nothing negative, you should not be put in jail for no reason, right? It's obviously, it's like racism, everything. There's all these things which have no value, right? There are objective differences. One person's black, the other one's white. Okay, sure, the one has better sun protection naturally. Also true, right? They're like objective differences, but that doesn't mean they're worth less on a societal level. They're just different, right? And obviously they're superior, and usually have bigger cocks too. Actually, I think it's statistically irrelevant though, that you have bigger penises than average. But I can say this without judgment because I have a big cock myself. So like see, this makes it really easy to be like, oh, that's fine because I also have it. I can see it, right? I can see why people would be jealous of big penises if you don't have it. I see it, right? Because people say size doesn't matter, but technique does. But what I always say is, if you have a big penis and good technique, that's still better. Right? If you have a nothing. By the way, you can't choose your penis size, right? I mean, yeah, you can get like a surgery or something. But yeah, if you have a micro penis, obviously that sucks, right? But just make the best of it. Just fucking, at the end of the day, as long as you can get pleasure out of it, you can still use a strap-on. You can use dildos, whatever. There's a lot of ways to get whatever your partner is happy, right? And don't have an ego. Just if you have a micro penis, don't insist on only using your penis, right? You can get help, right? In a way that you don't have to feel bad about it, right? It doesn't have to be your penis who does the job. I literally don't give a shit, right? As long as the person is enjoying it, it can be a fucking stick for all I care about. So yeah, that's as long the penis is for your enjoyment, and if it's not useful for their enjoyment, just take a substitute. Okay, what's this topic here? And I have evolved beyond seeing sex as just penetration. I mean, sex is not just penetration. Sex is a means of reproduction. So, yeah, no, but the thing is, right, the problem is with sex is being like stigmatized, right? Violence is permitted in video games and everything, and sex is being treated like this weird thing where if you show it publicly or do anything, it's kind of awkward. And I get where this is coming from, obviously, because it's supposed to be also partially intimate, because you don't want to just get everybody pregnant and raise like kids alone and everything. Because I get it, right? The idea is basically, wait, do we go for the reward here? Yeah, I think so. But at the end of the day, right, like it's from a modern perspective, beyond getting kids, which should be a decision you make like with your brain on, right? Sex is mostly, pleasure and bonding, right? So it's not a lot about like reproduction in 90% of the cases, because if you get kids, this is hopefully a 1 to 5 time event in your life, and you do that on purpose. And then every time you fuck beyond that is hopefully just to have fun, right? So the majority of sexual interactions should actually be with the goal of having fun and not of getting children. Yeah, so this is what we should treat it as, right? Like, we should treat it as a means of having fun and not a means of reproduction, unless it's the specific use case in that moment, which is still obviously relevant, but yeah. Contraception is a real thing, and we can have sex and not have kids. Yeah, I mean, pleasure maximum, right? I mean, obviously, pleasure is, as any sensory input, is derived not only by stimulation, but it's mostly in your mind, right? Like, you can put your dick in, I don't know, a piece of pie, to reference American Pie, and it can maybe feel almost like a vagina, but it's mentally not the same, right? So if you can convince yourself that the piece of pie is a vagina by wearing a VR headset at the same time, that makes it way more pleasant. For the record, I've never used VR, which is, I guess, like a glaring gap in my experienced knowledge. But the reason is because I wear contacts, and I think if I put on a VR headset, it's going to be, it's too close, and I can't see very clear up close, so I can't really focus the image correctly. So I would have to remove my contact lenses every single time. And yeah, maybe there is a way to do it better, but I never used VR. And if I had a VR headset, hell yeah, would I be using VR porn. Like, this would be my main application for VR for sure. Maybe gaming too, but VR porn would be number one for sure. Yeah, but I never used it, so it was more a joke than anything, unfortunately. One day, maybe. Man, the application of AI plus VR porn are infinite. Holy shit. Crazy. Okay. Yeah, no, so really, unfortunately, I've never used VR porn. Yeah, see, I would also be down just for fun to do an anime waifu day, where we both wear VR headsets and just, like, try it out or something. That would be pretty fun. But I think my girlfriend doesn't like it too much. She likes seeing me. She told me she enjoys that, but I'm like, why? You can also like see a cute anime waifu instead of me. I would prefer that. I mean, I like her seeing her, right? But if I would have to look at me, I would rather look at a cute anime waifu. So, but I respect her opinion there. But yeah, once we have a VR headset, I still would like to try it out just for fun. So yeah, I'm pretty sure she will give it a shot just for fun. Yeah, but then again, I'm talking about sex in a society that has like a sexless incel problem right now on the men's side. So, like, I hope I'm not like too disencouraged in there. This is not life advice. This is just like random shit I'm talking about. No, but for real, the problem is really there are a lot of like great guys that just don't get like to meet women anymore because they're doing stuff that doesn't have a lot of intersection with women or whatever you're interested in, right? This I think just like the modern society and technologies have caused a lot of people to never get relationships. And interestingly enough, what I can tell about intelligence in people, I can also tell about like compatibility in a relationship way to me. But I know this is not the case for many people, because for me it is so obvious who would be a good match for me and who isn't. While other people seem to be like guessing at random who's a good match. They just go by instinct, right? So for me, this was always kind of weird because there are a lot of attractive women visually, but there are not a lot of women which are like interesting for a relationship. So I can make the distinction very well, but I think not everybody is able to, for whatever reason, and then you have a relationship which sucks ass after half a year or so. And you don't have that problem. Wait, are you just you don't have to say it if you don't want to, but I'm just curious because you said married men. So now I'm wondering, are you a male or are you female, or whatever you identify as? Just curious. And if it gets you into trouble with your country, don't say it. Obviously. The cast also create a gust around the... Because what you just described is obviously an effect that happens in societies which try to prevent it, which means there is a forefront and a real world. And yeah, it's an unfortunate situation where you have to have these cover up marriages. And yeah, that's not fair towards the women. That's not fair to the men. And in the past, I wonder if you there was a forced marriage and both hate each other, if they just said, okay, go fuck whoever you want to. I don't know if that's how it worked, actually. Or if they were like, okay, we have to commit to this. Because, yeah, I guess, back then you couldn't, prevent getting pregnant as easily, so... you cast... what a topic. Gust around the binding circle. This is a really big increase. Am I paying attention to Hades? I'm sorry. I'm really doing this game a disservice. It's such an amazing game. We're going to play a lot of runs. Don't worry. Not everyone's going to be me talking about having sex. Maybe 10 or out of 10. And then... I think here... I don't even know if you want to fight layers. And our damage is really not that good, huh?
Not losing to a bag.
Male Melinoë is a 100% Islamic country. We have a weird rule: you cannot be a citizen without being a Muslim. So most hassle-free way to me to have pleasure is to go for married men. No drama. No drama for you. No, but no, I know what you mean, right? It makes perfect sense that there are a lot of married men in a relationship because they can't live the relationship they actually want to have. Yeah. That makes complete sense. But see, right, we're talking about this being an issue, but obviously I'm in a three-way relationship with two biological women. So that's also something that's not very common and very socially accepted. I mean, I guess it's more accepted than a woman having two men. Because people just for whatever reason think this is cooler or something in their minds. I have no idea, but yeah, this is also not really, really common, right? Especially it being a serious relationship for a longer period of time, not just some... I mean, it's not even the first one we had, but we had multiple relationships already like this, but at the end of the day, it's still not common. That's what I learned, basically. I don't even know if I know a single person that has the same type of relationship, at least openly. Yeah. So society still has a long way to go, right? If this is an issue, also from a structure perspective, the way we can't marry each other, right? We can only one person can be married to each other, and also I guess maybe the money structure is important there because you do have financial different statuses, which is already an issue, I guess, because yeah, there's still a lot of inequality and limitations in those things here. Let me quickly check though. Okay. Specials deal more damage. Omega cast. We don't use our specials at all, so there's no need to invest into those. Yeah, I mean, Islam, yeah, there's different, yeah. I know what you mean, but the funny part is, but are these women, right, this is what I want to ask, are these women considered in a relationship with you or each other? So how does the public perception imagine this relationship?
Pure glimmering gold. A metal shunned by the true king of the Underworld, not just for its softness, but because it was favored by his Titan father. A stark reminder of a bygone age.
It's shiny, but so what?
Yeah, and also it's always worrying when a state is tied to religion, which is also more the case in America, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't like tying religion to state affairs. That's very, very dated. I wouldn't know. Wait, but how do you perceive these people, right? You must have a perception of these relationships. So is the public perception basically these women are together with a man, or these women are together with each other and the man? Because that's obviously the case in my scenario, right? My scenario is not like I'm together with both of them. Actually, I'm not together with Jessie. I'm just together with my girlfriend, and she's together with Jessie. So she has 2 partners, I have 1 partner. And that obviously doesn't have anything to do with, like, it's just like the partner status, right? Obviously we share a life together. It's just like this partner status thing, basically. Yeah, so this is why I'm like interested in what is like the relationship status, which is good, because ours is like special in a way that it's not like it's a bit like different even, right? It's not even the classic permutation. Yeah, so it's like even a bit more nuanced here. Okay, this is actually fucked, but whatever. The stream is way too long right now, but we're gonna finish the run anyway. And your weird side of culture, so I don't know 3 relations too, but it's more wife and girlfriend. Ah, okay. But in actual VM cases, it's the husband is what the relation we're also. Yeah, that's what my perception of Islam culture is very pro-man. In all the good and bad ways. Yeah. And I still just like the culture. I'm gonna be honest here, like I think the religious side of Islam and in relation to women is really not to my liking. Yeah, I don't like the way women are treated there at all. Yeah. Nothing against the religion itself, but the interpretation of the religion and what they're doing with it is kind of not very modern. Let's be real there. And not only women, obviously also like gay people, whatever, right? Like just like everybody who's not like fits into the nice picture of what Islam would like their people to be like. And oh yeah, hey Janine, I actually replied to her already. Hey, thanks for hitting me up. Hope you're doing well. Love you. But yeah, at the end of the day, right? Like, I mean, you can be an anomaly, but still have opinions about generic stuff, right? You don't have to be normal to judge normal people. A good example is AI can have opinions about us, even though it's not a human. Your cast costs lightning bolts, blah blah blah, attack shock 5, chain lightning. I mean, the lower the level, the better.
Good.
Okay, I think we have to move on here, yeah. I'm just checking the Discord a bit more often because we're planning what we're going to eat tonight. Yeah, what a shit show of a stream. Tomorrow we're going to try to make a normal stream. I did a really good job recently, honestly, with relatively normal streams. I guess roguelites just get the better of me. Because they're just like so casual in the background sometimes. Okay.
Hoplites. Back to dust.
So are we gonna win? I mean, Chronos is pretty tough, right? Like, Chronos is a significant difficulty spike, and I'm really bad at that fight, so the likelihood of us beating him is not that high. I mean realistically, right? While the build seems very good at clearing rooms, I think it's not good against individual targets. We'll see about that once we are at Chronos. Also, my concentration and energy levels are not that high, obviously, because I was like talking so much random shit that I'm unfortunately human. I can't sideload talking random shit. I mean, I could do it, right, while playing, but I think I needed a few more runs for this to be at the same time. And I also don't want to be Northern Line, man. I think Northern 9 doesn't play games anymore, he literally just talks random shit instead of playing games. And the games are more background noise, and I really don't want games to become background noise to me.
Down there.
Oh, we have so much money, actually.
You made it here in all the clamor, Lord.
Wait, doesn't he usually give you an opportunity to buy something from him? Like over there, like a special item?
Something of a coin collector, isn't he? Well, once we're finished with old Chronos, all those gold crowns of his will be extremely rare collector's items.
You deal more damage until you take damage. You take more, no more for 15. Wait, what? That's pretty bad. Daze all foes. Ooh, okay. Wait, this sounds like brain dead. Nice.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Whenever you use random surrounding. Oh my god, that's gonna be so good. Holy.
Protected.
Omega attack. What is even, I know. This is horrible. I kind of hate all of them. And I don't think freeze works on bosses, so this is probably an ass upgrade, and we couldn't reroll it, unfortunately, because we don't have rerolls.
Now is but a fading memory, for in its place a new formed palace rises, twisted into the visage of the world-conquering Titan of Time.
It's hideous. Please work.
Not hideous, his face sucks, but the rest is nice. But not like face shaming him.
Won't open. How about... Chronos!
We meet again, my girl. A guest arrived so soon. It is not often that I entertain of late. Perhaps after this house becomes a little more presentable. Though for the moment, you must pardon all the dust. We have been renovating around here.
Get up. You get up off that stolen throne. You know who I am, and you know why I'm here.
Come now, granddaughter. There is no need to rush. You have come all this way, and I have so many questions. How have you been? And how exactly did you find me here?
Hear me, you enemy of night and darkness now. For your transgressions you shall imminently die. Under chthonic doctrine this I vow. For there is no escape from fate beneath the sky.
Manners. Cursing is forbidden in this house. By that token, fighting is forbidden as well. But for you, my girl, we shall have to make an exception. Time for you to go. Behold.
Death to Chronos.
So like I said, I'm really ass at this fight, so... we're just gonna play it safe. What the fuck is this? No! Fucking ass. He is tanky, I'm not gonna lie. Shit. A 3-piece? Son of a bitch. We're getting cooked. Yeah, and you were gonna die here, but it still sucks. Oh my god, why am I not paying attention to his attack patterns? Fuck me. Ah, I should have paid attention. That was an okay attempt, but I knew I'm not like focused enough.
3, 2, 1.
It is the dead of night within a haunted, barely moonlit thicket at the Underworld's edge. There, a young forsaken princess hunts her prey.
Ready or not, hence I go.
I bid you farewell for now, Lord Hypnos. Where could she be?
The keen-eyed princess finds a set of tracks, suggesting that her foe trod through this dusty ground not very long before.
Shush, Homer. How shall I ever catch her if you're going to describe my every move?
I've no idea to whom you refer, to whom the Princess of the Dead refers, as she continues on her fateful search.
Quit teasing me and help me look.
Cat.
Hi, kitties.
Eugenics, anyone?
You'll find her yet.
Odysseus, have you seen Hecate about?
Not in a little while, little goddess. Though I'd expect that pointy hat of hers to give her away.
I'll look for it. Thank you.
Well, she's got to be around here somewhere, little goddess.
Got you, Hecate. You're dead.
Got me, you did, Melinoë. But I dare say I can escape your clutches yet.
Hey! Can't hide from me. Hi, Shades. Is Hecate about? Huh. Not seen her, huh? Over there. There you are. Got you again.
Ah, so persistent. Give up already, witch. For I'm a titaness. You cannot vanquish me.
I can and shall. Aha. I got you. Hecate? What's the matter?
It's merely that I've not heard your laughter before. Reminded me of your mother. A much preferable sound to that of grief.
I promise not to cry again. I still get sad sometimes, but not as much.
Do not make promises you cannot keep. When tears well up, let them spill forth. They're not so precious that they need be contained.
But you never cry, Hecate. And I wish to become strong like you, so that I might find Chronos and destroy him for what he's done. And then you could hear my mother's laugh again.
And I shall do everything in my power to prepare you, so that you may succeed where I failed. If not for your family's sake, then for your birthright, as the princess of the Underworld.
What do you mean you failed? You tried to beat Chronos yourself? He hurt you?
Concern yourself with your own pain, not mine. Destroying Chronos shall not change the past, and the pain shall linger, though assert itself less frequently with age. But enough of this. On the morrow, we shall teach you to hunt greater prey.
Truly? Oh. Death to Chronos. All my life I've prepared, and I'm nowhere near ready, am I?
Wait, what are you... wait, that was pretty close, man. Yeah, we didn't get to phase 2, but come on.
You'll find them, and you'll have so much to talk about.
Like, she's roasting
Longing
me.
for them spur you on for now.
Nowhere close. Like, what the
Dora must
fuck
be
is she
hiding
talking
for a
about?
bit. So, a prophecy concerning doom. I have to find Lord Moros once again and call him here.
Melinoë.
I think I know how I can do the bidding of the fates.
This is kind of irrelevant, because I don't use this shit, but I'm gonna learn it anyway.
Domname Sion. So mote it be.
Or maybe we should. Is she gonna praise me, or is she gonna say, well, not even close?
I reached the house, headmistress. Did everything as practiced and as planned, except he was too strong.
No, this is an excellent result. You are still here, having learned more of what it takes to reach our enemy and what he can do to resist. Do you feel ready to continue your pursuit?
Yes. If I can reach him, I can take him.
Take him.
Back in one piece.
Doubt.
Full bloom.
You found him, goddess. Your look says it all, along with my reports. Gave him something to remember you by, I reckon, even if the battle didn't go your way.
Chronos was exactly where we expected, but I could not foresee his every technique, and my ability to withstand his magic went only so far.
Well, fortunately for you, the old are often rather slow to learn. You run into him a few more times like that, you'll soon know every trick he's got. Though, do be very careful out there.
Aye.
Broker?
I mean, honestly, buying this can't be bad, but...
Ash for my arcana.
What? They're saying you got all the way to Tartarus before. How far'd you get? Make it all the way back to your rightful home?
If you're referring to the House of Hades, then yes, I did make it there. Though you could best describe it as the House of Chronos at this point. He was waiting within, just as expected, and was strong, just as expected too.
Ah, was just ass.
Too strong, you mean? Well, can't fault you for trying. So what's the plan now? Keep throwing yourself at him till you're totally demoralized? If that hasn't happened already.
The task remains the same.
Fair enough.
This part is new, so I don't really know.
May moonlight guide us.
What's gonna happen there later.
Think I can raise my grasp.
Nice.
I can do this.
Okay, now we can get more, but we... this one is actually really good. This one's also pretty fucking good.
The unseen.
Unfortunately, we don't have enough to... Like, this one is really, really good, but it costs 3, and we just don't have 3 right now. Yeah, these are just all good enough. This one says everything moves slower. Does it imply the Omega moves as well? Like, do I move slower? I'm gonna have to look that up because I actually don't know about this one. Why is there still an exclamation mark? What did I miss?
Something new there.
Verifies common blessings. I think I'm just gonna level the gold purse first, and then we can go back to Poseidon.
The tablet of peace showed you how to get here, but I shall show you the way. My disciples indicate you reached your destination, but you choked a little right there at the end. Well, that's rough. To have come that far only to wind up all the way back here.
Commander, this is not the type of encouragement that's of benefit right now. I had Chronos cornered, but he overpowered me. And now I've lost the element of surprise.
Oh, yeah, that's bad. Look, I hate to say this, but I'd probably hang it up if I was you. Blowing a chance like that?
Commander. Death to Chronos, Commander.
Yeah, kill him.
I'm pleased to see you made it here. What secrets lie within?
So... Okay, this one just needs more silver, and this one...
Now. Ignium, the umbral flames. Incinerate my foes and light my path.
Would that I could see behind me now.
I wish.
This is one of the few weapons where I think holding by default is better.
Everyone, please.
Because it basically already uses the auto attacks. Yeah, so how are we gonna handle that? Because every time we play those, I don't want to be changing the controls. Yeah, that is true though. Like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna literally change? I guess so. I do have to change the input for these. That is the downside of doing the controls in Steam input instead of in like the devs doing their job. Oh, yeah, that is unfortunate. I guess we could potentially. No, I think we have to change it in Steam input, but that's fine because we're not going to do it right now. But yeah, for the future, for this weapon, we have to turn off turbo mode. And we might even be able to create a shortcut for that or something while playing the game. I will have to look into that, if that is a thing. Like if you can toggle turbo on... I mean, you know what? We can check this right now. The Steam's fucked anyway, so... Okay, let me see. Is there like a way to toggle Steam input? Oh, by the way, Marathon launched right now. Since I'm gonna go bouldering, we're gonna be seeing Marathon tomorrow, unfortunately, not tonight. Maybe tonight, very short, but I am planning on bouldering, so... Should probably change into my bouldering clothes because I'm gonna go to Jesse, drink, eat there, and then we're gonna go bouldering after, and then we'll be back. Yeah, but yeah, we're changing the input. Sorry, today. I'm sorry. I really. The stream's fucked. This is not normal. This is very seldom. Like we usually try to keep it autistically focused on games. Unless I get questions. Okay, where is the other thing here? Where is it? Okay, we want to change this button here, right? Bumper settings. Can't really... Yeah, we can't really change the turbo. Would it already be active if a change? Do I need to press apply or does it work? No, it works instantly. So at least I don't have to do more than Alt Tab once if we choose this weapon. Oh, they changed how this one works, huh? It's like an auto combo now.
Can't right now.
Yeah, there's no need to button mash with this one at all. Yeah, this one controls really nicely with the auto set. Wish they kind of figured this one out for every single weapon, but whatever. It's... Yeah, as a dev, I would not feel content with the way the inputs are right now, at least the options that are available. I would have done... I'm not trying to be mean, right? I'm not trying to say they didn't do a good job with the game in general. It's a fantastic, really, really cool game. But I would have done a better job with the controls. For sure. Like, I'm not talking the base controls where you have to button mash. I'm seeing the controls with the assists, I think are... They both have like missing logics and they also have missing modes. So it's not only that I would have changed... I would have probably added their mode with a variation on top of it. So you have two versions of this. Basically, hold to hold and auto by default. And I would have done, yeah, like this inverted, and then I would have probably given the opportunity to have a pure hold button input as well, because you don't really need that one when you are an auto. And yeah, I would have changed quite a bit, honestly. And then it would also made sure that you can play the style they had in the game where you just attack like this, and this works for every weapon. Just has like a useful quote-unquote combo for every weapon. I would have kept that style in game, and I would have refined it a bit more. Even though it is not perfect and you don't have 100% flexibility, I still think it would have been, you know, like a nice way to simplify the inputs for some people who prefer it like me. So yeah, I would have put that as an option in there too. And obviously I would have thought even more about it than just a few seconds, and I would have probably come up with maybe even better solutions. So yeah, but I mean, like, at least Steam input made it so that we can play the game in a more approachable fashion over the default controls. But yeah, it's still, obviously if you're on console, you probably don't have that opportunity. So yeah, definitely should have done that in a better way here. Man, the controller though feels so good, man. What are you gonna do with it? It's so fucking nice. But okay, sorry about the stream today. I mean, sorry in a way that I know the people don't click on this for random philosophy. They want to watch Hades, and today I did a bad job of fulfilling that promise. I'm sorry. Next time, I'll be better. So we're gonna try to focus more on Hades. But yeah, I'll still try to answer questions, obviously, but I'll try to keep it a bit briefer and, you know, like not to have it dominate too hard. If for whatever reason that day doesn't feel like it should be about that. And yeah, since we did it now, I'm gonna like put it on a, you know, like a little bit of a break for the next couple of times. So yeah, so don't worry, this is not what is gonna devolve into every single time we play Hades. So Hades is also a roguelite. And you know my rules for roguelites. They're like, in this case, it's a bit more story driven, so I'm going to try to do it as much as I can on stream. But there might come a point where it's more about grinding than progressing. And we might or might not, depending on how I feel, do that off stream. Because, you know, roguelites are also like a premier game where you can, like, if you're just doing runs and there's not like significant story progress, there might be a point where it's more about like, this is like grinding and having fun, and it might be cool to watch a podcast or something in the background. So roguelite is always the genre where, you know, like they might not be 100% on stream depending on how they move forward. But I'm definitely gonna try to do as much as I can of Hades story on stream for sure. And since there's like story every single time we play, I'm going to try to do it mostly on stream. So don't worry about that. It's like definitely not a game where I'm like, okay, I did a run and then we're going to fuck off forever and just do everything off stream. The movement is so sick though. Like this level of control that TMR gives you is just amazing. Holy, like, that's so dope. Holy, these are movements which are literally impossible without our controls. And if the control is broken and it doesn't do it like in a controlled fashion. Oh my god, this is probably the best demonstration of TMR for a stick you can probably get for people, because you might not understand how precise this shit is. But if you see this, I'm pretty sure most people were like, how is he doing this with a controller, right? Like, whoa, okay, cool. TMR, right? This is like small dead zone, no drift, precise, that's what you get, right? And then you just have to have a human that's able to control it. I'm not that great at it, but you know, like, still, it definitely does help. But okay, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys probably tomorrow for Hades/Marathon. Which one first? Which one second? I have no idea. But I'm definitely going to be playing Marathon. So get ready for bad Marathon gameplay. Because at the moment, I'm not very focused when playing games. I don't know why. I'm just like casually goofing around and talking random shit. But tomorrow, we're going to focus on the games, right? Like, don't worry about it. Tomorrow is game focus. Yeah. So thanks for watching. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.